Okay, we're live, right? All right, perfect. I'm Victoria Lambert, and I'm here at the National Cebu show, and it's getting ready to start, so we're going to be quick. We've got Brandolyn in the arena with me, and Alyssa in the arena with me. Iran's on the camera equipment, and we're going to have a great show today. It's getting ready to start, so we've got to take our places. And thanks for watching, and of course, thanks to all of our sponsors. We'll be back later. So the show is getting ready to start, and we have Judd Colors. Hello, how are you? We are live. You are good. You are an invited guest of the Brahmin Journal. Come on in. All righty then, let's go mute for just a moment, okay?
Por favor. Y como juez auxiliar tenemos al médico veterinario Sergio Lucio Villalón, quien es egresado de la Universidad Autónoma de Chiapas y miembros del Comité Técnico de la Asociación Mexicana de Criadores de Cebu, así también de la Asociación Brasileira de Criadores de Cebu. Y queremos agradecer también la traducción.
All right, we are here at the show in Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico. We're here for the National Cebu show, just kind of getting our day started. Yesterday was a great day. I hope you guys got to watch with us yesterday. We really had a lot of fun at the show, and we are planning on having a great time today also. So, Hacienda Criadora La Ponderosa, thank you for watching with us from Colombia. We really appreciate you watching from Colombia. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. So we are here in the first set of classes. We're kind of just getting everything started. We need to let them know that we are on Group 1. We are on Group 1, and these are going to be bulls that are 10 months old. So this is the Ternero division. The Ternero division, and we're looking at 3 different bulls. We're looking at bulls of Rancho, I don't know how to say that.
Yahualica.
Rancho Yahualica?
That's hard.
Okay, so at least I was told that that was a little difficult. So we have 2 bulls from Rancho Yahualica and 1 from Santo Domingo. We're looking at a H. Bogota Manso. The 2 bulls that came in first were H. Bogota Manso sons, and out of the Lady H. Bella Manso female. And of course, everybody knows that Lady H. Bella Manso, beautiful female, and she's by Mr. H. Walks Alone Manso. So those are those 2 first bulls. They're going to be full siblings. We're seeing a lot of that here in Mexico, a lot of full siblings showing. And then that 3rd bull, the oldest bull that wears that brand, 204, that is going to be a Roma son, a JDH Mr. Roma Manso son out of a JDH Sir Harper Manso daughter. So some really great genetics here, and it looks like Judd, our judge, is placing them. It looks like it's going to be number 141. Okay, it looks like it's going to be 2.
Good morning. Certainly a pleasure to be here with you this morning. And first and foremost, we want to thank our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, for the opportunity to be here today.
Muy buenos días, de nuevo a cuenta. Es un honor para el señor juez estar aquí
en esta pista de calificación. Y antes que nada quiere agradecer al Señor Jesucristo, nuestro Creador, el haberlo traído hasta acá.
I think yesterday we had a really, really nice show. I thought the gray females were tremendous. I was talking to my wife last night, and we were talking about the judging, and I told her that I feel like every time I come to Mexico, the cattle just keep getting better and better. And so that's a real credit to the breeders here.
Y menciona que ayer tuvimos un gran show de las hembras y anoche que estaba platicando vía telefónica con su esposa, le comentaba que cada vez que ha venido a México ha visto mejor y mejor ganado en las pistas de México, y eso habla muy bien de los criadores.
One more thing, and then we'll talk to class, is I want to thank Vicki Lambert from the Brahman Journal. She's doing a live video coverage of this show, and in case you didn't know, there's over 10,000 people that were watching yesterday. They're watching your cattle here in Mexico. And I can't think of a better way to promote the Brahman cattle than online. There was 8 or 10 different countries tuned in, and congratulations to Vicki and her team, and congratulations to the association for allowing her to participate in this show.
Y menciona y también quiere agradecer mucho a Victory Lambert del Brahman Journal, que por medio de ella también ha estado llegando esta calificación, tanto el día de ayer como el día de hoy, a muchas partes del mundo, especialmente en Estados Unidos, que han estado siguiendo de muy cerca las calificaciones aquí, y esto hace mucho por promover la raza. De la misma manera agradece a la Asociación Cebu por haberla invitado y facilitado estar aquí.
Felipe, we're going to talk these bulls. I'm going to start the class with a bull that, these are 10-month-old bull calves, but I think this is the most practical bull calf in this class in terms of his size and his weight for this particular class.
Ahora platiquemos de los toros. En esta clase tenemos este ejemplar al frente que para él es el más práctico, el más completo, en tenor de tamaño, musculatura y conformación.
He's a bull that has very good breed characteristics, nice hump placement. I really like how clean and short his sheath is.
Tiene muy buenas características de la raza, tiene muy buena implantación de su jiba, solamente le gustaría recoger un poquito el prepucio.
A real long-bodied bull in second place, good pigmentation, a lot of length of body and good capacity.
En el segundo lugar tenemos un ejemplar muy largo en su vista lateral, mucha capacidad y con muy buena pigmentación.
I just like to take this bull and pull him apart. I'd like to give him more base width for his frame size.
Y solamente le gustaría darle un poquito más de amplitud desde su base, hablando del pecho, para el tamaño que tiene.
A real big, high-performing bull comes in third. Bull stands on a lot of bone. Gets a little bit softer in his pasterns for a bull this age. That concerns me that it might continue to be a problem as he gets heavier.
Y el tercer lugar, un ejemplar que tiene mucho hueso, de muy buen tamaño, buen desarrollo, pero le preocupa un poco lo que viene siendo las falanges, especialmente en el tren posterior, la parte baja, a lo cual tiene la preocupación que entre más crezca, más se le vayan suavizando o sean más débiles.
Congratulations.
Felicidades a los criadores.
Muchas gracias. Resultados para el grupo número 1. El primer lugar corresponde a la placa 31.
Okay, first off, we're starting our day with someone watching from Colombia, so we really do appreciate Hacienda Criadora La Ponderosa for watching with us from Colombia. Thanks so much. You're going to be watching your judge from Colombia judging the Red Brahman show later this afternoon. But let's talk about the cattle that are in the arena now. We're in the arena with Judd Colors of Heritage Cattle. He is judging the Gray Show. And then, of course, we have Luis Miguel Villa judging the red show after the gray show is finished. And we're on bulls all day today. This is Rancho Yawalika. Rancho Yawalika just won this class with their entry number 141. We're going to get you a link in the comments, and we'll be putting that link in the comments all day with the catalog so you can follow along with the catalog. But that was going to be a Mr. H. Bogota Manso son. H. Bogota Manso, again, is heritage bred, but of course Judd Colors being Heritage Cattle Company, he is not aware of the pedigrees or anything of what he is judging. And we really appreciate everyone for watching. Let us know where you're watching from. We have Jorge watching with us and Fernando also. So hola Fernando y Jorge. And the first place winner was the H. Bogota Manso son out of a Lady H. Bella Manso female, which is a daughter of Mr. H. Walks Alone Manso. Very good bull, a younger bull. So some of you might not know him quite as well. Then in second place, we had the entry number 142. And again, we'll get you that link to the placard, to the catalog here shortly for the gray bulls. But the second place was 142. That was JSM Mr. Roman. And he is exhibited by Santo Domingo. And that he is a JDH Mr. Roma Manso son, which of course is that Hudgens breeding. And then on the bottom side, he's out of a JDH Sir Harper Manso daughter. So really glad you can be here. Larry Anderson, thank you so much for watching with us. So Larry Anderson, thank you for watching with us. We really appreciate that. And we do think that Judd is doing a great job. And the quality of the cattle here in Mexico, we agree with him 100%. It has greatly improved over the years. They really have done a tremendous job with breeding these cattle year over year. So again, we're in the Gray Bull Show, and we really thank you guys for watching with us. We'll be promoting the catalog. I know that Maciel's there in Nicaragua putting up the class winners so that you guys can see who was first and second. And right there is that link so you can watch along with the catalog. And we really appreciate you watching with us. We are going to be in class number 2 now. This is group 2. Group 2, this is going to be the 11-month-old to the, this is group 2. Group 2, we're still getting our wheels wet here today, kind of getting in our flow. So group 2, and again, these are going to be bulls that are 11 months old. Their weights are going to be anywhere from the lightest weight bull is 345 kilos, and the heaviest weight bull in this class is 419 kilos. If you have any questions about what you're seeing, hey Aaron, glad to see you watching with us. Make sure you tell us where you're watching from and what you think about the show. Douglas Gonzalez, glad you are watching with us. Everybody let us know where you're watching from and what you think about the show. And Luis, glad to see you watching. We are here in the Bull Show all day today. So in the arena right now, we're looking at these 11-month, it's open. Oh, they're right around the corner. I have an extra one right here. Okay, we're looking at bulls. 143, Cesar, yo tengo uno. I have one, Michael. I have one, okay. We have Credor Lastra. Cesar Lastra. Cesar Lastra had a really, really great sale the other day. We did the Brahman Selecto sale on, what day was that, Aaron? Goodness gracious, that was Thursday. No, Thursday. Thursday, yes. Thursday, that's right. It was Jueves. So Thursday, and thank you for watching with us. Rhonda, so glad you're watching. And Manuel Amperon, glad you're watching with us. Manuel, you should be really pleased because yesterday, one of your favorite breeders, we know, you're super fond of Ganaderia San Jose, and Marco Barba had his calf, his youngest, the Becerra Ternero. The Ternero calf was reserve grand champion. So that was a pretty exciting moment. The arena right now is a little bit hard, guys, with the coloring. And Manuel, thank you. We really appreciate you saying that with the sun and everything. So we're trying to do the best we can to bring you the show. But again, we had Ganaderia San Jose, Marco Barba. His calf was reserve grand champion. We're going to listen to Judd Colors
I
talk
think we've
these
got
bulls.
a real easy class winner. This is a bull that comes to the top of this particular age category. He's one that when you look at him from a nose to tail, he's got a tremendous amount of length of body.
Tenemos un fácil ganador en esa clase, un ejemplar que si lo ven ustedes desde la punta de la nariz hasta la punta de la cola, es un ejemplar y es el que tiene mayor longitud de cuerpo.
I really like the masculinity of this bull. He has a good size hump for a bull this age. I really like his head. He's very wide and expressive through his eyes and through his muzzle. Just a real masculine type of bull.
Además de esto, es un ejemplar que le gusta mucho la masculinidad y la madurez que muestra para su edad, desde su expresión ocular, la apertura de sus ojos, lo amplio de su cara, lo amplio de su cabeza y cómo muestra ese desarrollo.
When you look at this bull down his back and through his loin and out of his rump, he's really wide and expressive in his muscle pattern. He's deep and he's got a lot of rib, a lot of capacity for a bull this age.
Y si seguimos con él hacia la parte posterior, tenemos un ejemplar que tiene muy buena línea dorsal, pero aparte de eso se ve plana su línea dorsal, se ve musculada, sigue hacia la parte posterior, sigue hasta su grupa y complementa muy bien con su caja torácica con buena apertura de costilla, muy buena profundidad.
The bull that stands in second is a really nice balanced bull. He's not the largest bull in the class, but he's one when you get him out and you watch this bull move around the arena, he's got some natural muscling. He stands on good bone, nice angle to his sheath.
El ejemplar en segundo lugar es un ejemplar que cuando lo ven caminar se desplaza bastante bien. No es el más largo de la clase, pero tiene bastante musculatura y tiene muy buena conformación. Y también no tiene tan larga el prepucio.
The bull that comes third is one that's really long-sided. He's a bull that I'd like to give him a little more substance of bone, a little more circumference of bone to stand on. He's also a bull that gets a little bit softer in those rear pasterns. I'd like to give him a little more strength there.
El ejemplar en tercer lugar es un ejemplar que es muy largo en su vista lateral, pero le gustaría darle un poquito más de tamaño o circunferencia de hueso, además de que fuera un poquito más rígido en sus cuartillas.
The bull that comes next is the performance bull of the class. He's really a long-sided bull, a lot of rib shape to him, good muscle in this bull.
El ejemplar que está en cuarto lugar es el ejemplar que quizá tiene más desarrollo de toda la clase, tiene muy buen hueso, buen tamaño y buena profundidad y mucho músculo.
I'd just like to change this bull right behind his shoulders and behind his hump. For me, he gets a little bit tight through that heart girth area. I'd like to just give him more expression right behind his shoulders, loosen him up there. And I'd like to change that sheath. He's got a really large orifice opening on that sheath. I'd like to just make it a little bit smaller, give him a little cleaner, shorter made sheath.
El del cuarto lugar es un ejemplar que sin duda es el que tiene más desarrollo de toda la clase, está muy bien desarrollado en cuanto a musculatura y profundidad se refiere, pero le gustaría verlo especialmente en el área de corazón, en las primeras costillas, detrás de lo que son las paletas y detrás de la jiba, que fuera un poquito más con expresión de profundidad en esa área, además de recogerle un poco su prepucio y que la apertura de donde sale el pene sea un poco más pequeña.
Bull that finishes the class is one that just needs a shot more power, a little more body depth and condition to compete any higher in this class.
Y el quinto lugar simplemente necesita más profundidad, más poder, más musculatura y tamaño para competir con los anteriores. Fuerte aplauso para los creadores.
Muchas gracias.
Right then, so Judd Colors just talked the cattle, and we took you on a little bit of a roller coaster ride there for a moment with the camera. But our first place winner is going to be number 145 if you're following along in your catalog. 145, which is going to be an entry of Criadora Lastra. This is going to be a JDH Sir Mari Manso son. out of a JDH Carew Manso daughter. So again, really exciting and interesting to see that the vanguard status of some of these animals. So for example, the sire, JDH Sir Mari Manso, has that vanguard designation. Vanguard designation is a really hard thing to do, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. Oh, thank you so much, Manuel Amperon. We completely appreciate you watching with us, like we spoke about earlier. So Marco Barba showed yesterday, and that's a good friend of Manuel, and he had a great show, as we were talking about earlier. But second place in that last class, second place in class number 11 was the entry of Brahman Mexico Centro. That's going to be a JDH Woodson DeManso son, a 206 son, out of a JDH Wellington Manso daughter. So we'd like to thank, of course, our sponsors. We have some great sponsors here. We would like to thank our sponsors. Our sponsors are, of course, Elgin Breeding Service. Elgin Breeding Service, that's Hillary over there at Elgin Breeding Service. She is they're a family-run business. They've been doing this since 1954. They're a collection station, and they collect all kinds of things. There's actually an article about them in the magazine, the October magazine, which we have quite a few of here in Guadalajara, Jalisco. We're here at the National Ganado Cebu. So this is their National Cebu show. So I was visiting with Hillary from Elgin, and she was telling me about all the different things that they actually collect. So they have breeding services not just for cattle breeders, but they also collect animals such as milking water buffalo, sheep, goats, deer, bighorn sheep, beefalo, and even a world record black Hawaiian ram. I'm wondering what they don't collect. That'd probably be the better way to talk about this almost. So absolutely, they're a great place to get your bull collected. Really do great job also with their quality of the semen. So if you're getting semen from them, you know that that's going to be really good semen. Absolutely. And then of course we have Hudgens, JDH, JD Hudgens. JD Hudgens Inc. is one of our sponsors. We really appreciate them sponsoring us. They are going to have some really fun events. We'll ask Maciel to put those in the comments, and we'll throw them up a little later. They're going to have some events during Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo that you might not want to miss out on. Rancho Chapapote, they are a breeder here in Mexico. They had a tremendous show yesterday. They had their 2020 National Grand Champion female. I take that back. 2021 National Grand Champion female ended up being the Grand Champion yesterday. Let's listen to the judge.
Certainly bulls that both of these animals have a tremendous amount of muscle and capacity.
Tenemos dos muy buenos ejemplares en este grupo, ambos con muy buena musculatura y capacidad.
The bull that wins the class, I think, is just the most balanced of the two. I think he's more correct in terms of his skeletal and muscle structure.
El ejemplar que pone en primer lugar es el que es un poco más correcto en términos de musculatura y términos estructurales de su esqueleto.
It's a bull that has excellent pigmentation. I like the masculinity of his head. Really nice hump placement.
Le gusta mucho en él la pigmentación que muestra en toda su cabeza y además la colocación de su de su jiba.
He's a bull, if I'm going to change him just a little bit, and you really don't notice when he's standing there, but when he walks, he has a little bit of a tendency to pop in those pasterns and those ankles. My suggestion would be when they're doing the hoof trimming to take off a little more of his heel and allow that ankle and that pastern to relax. I think they got him trimmed where he's standing on his tiptoes too much.
Y si algo le gustaría cambiarle sería relajarlo un poquito más a la altura de las cuartillas posteriores. Siente que está, como el término quizá aquí sería en el campo, estacado, como recto en sus cuartillas. Entonces recomienda que a lo mejor puede funcionar cuando le hagan su tratamiento de las pezuñas, recortarle un poquito el talón para que haga que relaje la parte posterior, para que afloje un poquito la cuartilla.
But that's a real nice bull calf.
Pero un excelente ejemplar.
The bull that comes next, you really have to be impressed with his weight per day of age. This is a 12-month-old bull, and I'll be honest, I don't have any bulls in my barn that are this big. So he's kind of an outlier bull. If you want great big cattle, maybe you want to land right here. But what concerns me about the bull is when he travels off his rear feet, he wants to roll on both back feet, roll out. I just need to see him more correct on his feet and legs.
Menciona que el ejemplar que está aquí en la parte posterior, el ejemplar está muy completo, con mucha musculatura, de un gran tamaño para su edad. Menciona que él en su explotación nunca ha tenido un ejemplar de 12 meses, que es este grupo, con esa capacidad, ese tamaño. Entonces está un poco preocupado que esté tan arriba de los parámetros normales. Y si algo le preocupa más es la posición y cómo mueve sus cuartillas posteriores, que a la hora de caminar las gira ambas hacia afuera.
Congratulations.
Felicidades a los criadores.
Muchas gracias, señor juez. Se le otorga.
In that class, we just had, and we'll be following up with the championship drive next. So championship drive is coming up. For those of you who are just joining us, we sure do appreciate all of your comments. So Oscar and Finca Esmeralda and Fabio Yaramil, so glad you're watching. And T and Susan, Shannon, everybody, let us know where you're watching from and what you think of these beautiful cattle here in Mexico. Cheta, I'm wondering where you're watching from. I'm guessing it's going to be someplace a little far away from here. So in first place in that last class, we had El Caposo win with their Sir Chandler Manso son out of a Mr. Caposo 92/4 daughter. And in second, we had the El Vergel with their Mr. Criadora son out of a JDH Mr. Manso 566/5 daughter. So coming in first for the first class, we're bringing in all the first places from the last three classes. So this is going to be class 1, 2, and 3. And Rogerio, so glad you are watching with us. So the very first calf that came in is going to be the Rancho Yahuatl. Guayalica entry. Yawalika entry. And that's going to be a Mr. H. Bogota Manso son. And that was the first place winner. That animal is going to weigh 364 kilos. We had the Criadora Lastra. That is going to be sired by... Let's listen to the judge.
Champion Gray Bull. I think we've got 3 good individuals out here. Came out of their classes with good quality, really good masculinity, and just really complete individuals.
Para este campeonato Becerro tenemos 3 ejemplares que ganaron con buena calidad, buena consistencia cada uno en sus grupos y que han hecho lo propio para estar aquí, con buenas cualidades.
I think we've got one bull that, in my mind, comes to the top very easily. He's a bull that's structurally very sound. He's clean through his sheath, tremendous amount of muscle and rib shape. That'll be the bull right in the center. The middle bull there will be our calf champion.
Para el señor juez, el ejemplar que tiene mejor desarrollo muscular para su edad, buena musculatura, muestra masculinidad, está limpio en su prepucio y excelente conformación en cuanto a su estructura ósea y es campeón, el ejemplar que se encuentra al centro. Fuerte aplauso para él.
Here you go. I'm going to leave it down here next time. Do you want me to take your long lens? No? You good?
We bring in that second place bull, and And as we talked about him in the class, he certainly wasn't the largest bull. In fact, he was one of the smaller frame bulls. But he's a bull that, as I see him today, he's a very complete, a very balanced individual.
Entró en este espacio el segundo lugar de ese mismo grupo, mismo animal que ya hemos platicado, que quizá no es el más largo, pero es un animal muy completo.
In my mind, it gets really close between the youngest calf and this calf in the middle. Both of them have good hump placements, good breed character.
Para su punto de vista, está muy cerrada la calificación entre el más joven y el que acaba de entrar al centro, con buena musculatura y buena colocación de jiba.
I think as I look at him today, I think I see a little more natural muscle expression in the bull in the middle. I think he's a bull that's got a bigger forearm. He's got a bigger stifle to him. I just like him just a little better today. The bull in the center will be our reserve calf champion.
Para esta ocasión, el ejemplar que está al centro es el campeón reservado, porque es el ejemplar que para su edad muestra más desarrollo muscular, más expresión de musculatura, expresión masculina y tiene mejor conformación y mucha musculatura en la parte anterior. Fuerte aplauso para este campeón reservado.
All right, so we have a champion and a reserve champion. We have 79 cattle just joined us. So glad you guys are watching this bull show and watching Judd Colors from Heritage Cattle Company judge these beautiful gray Brahman cattle here in Guadalajara, Jalisco, the National Cebu Show in Mexico. Super excited to be here. We just had our champion and our reserve champion in the Ternero division. We just finished with the Ternero division. Our champion is going to be the Criadora Lastra entry. That, of course, is going to be a JDH Sermari Manso son out of a JDH Carew Manso daughter. That, of course, is going to bring some great performance as well as really good maternal merit. And we are getting a phone call that we're just not going to take. Good morning, Sunshine. Great to see you watching with us, 79 cattle. So we're watching we just finished the Ternero Championship. Again, we had Criadora Lastra with their JDH Sermari Manso son, and in reserve champion, we had the second place winner from that same class. This, of course, was the class that had the 11-month-old bulls, and this was Brahman Mexico Centro from Tabasco. They had a JDH Woodson de Manso son out of a JDH Wellington Manso female. So congratulations to those breeders. Thank you guys for watching. Let us know where you're watching from and what you think about the show. We really appreciate you being here watching with us. We're moving into the next division. The next division here in Mexico is called Becerro. This is the Becerro division. This is going to be Group 4. Group 4 are going to be those 13-month-old bulls. 13-month-old bulls. And we are looking at a single entry, exactly.
Really a high bull, a bull that certainly you have to appreciate the length of body and the levelness of his top line. He's a bull that has got some good capacity and rib shape to him, and he's a bull that's very muscular.
Un excelente ejemplar para este grupo de 13 meses de edad, un ejemplar que entró como un ejemplar único, pero aún así un ejemplar que tiene excelente talla, muy buen desarrollo, buen hueso, mucha profundidad, mucha expresión muscular y masculinidad para su edad.
Congratulations.
Felicidades para los creadores.
Se le ha otorgado primer lugar al ejemplar con la placa número 109.
Just had a single entry, but clearly it was a very good entry in that class. That was a single entry bull, and that was a bull of entry of Santo Domingo. That's going to be a Woodson son out of a JDH Mr. Manso daughter. You see a lot of Woodson down here internationally. So that's a 206 son out of a JDH Mr. Manso daughter that Santo Domingo had. While it was a single entry, it was a very good entry. And now we're having our next entry is going to be class number 5. We're going to have 6 entries in this class, so 6 entries in this class. Again, we'd like to thank all of our sponsors. We'll start with Rio Ranch. Rio Ranch is going to have a very Ed and Francis Colors watched all day yesterday. Thank you so much, Ed. I think that your son, Judd Colors, did just a tremendous job, just a really great job judging yesterday. I know everyone here in Mexico is very impressed, of course. He judges all over the world, and you yourself personally have judged in this arena. I know that, so we certainly wish you had traveled down here with Judd, but maybe next time. So Ed and Francis Colors watching with us, with their son Judd getting to judge in the arena, and of course, really exciting too that we're going to have the ABBA International Field Day. The ABBA International Field Day will be held at Heritage Cattle Company. That is where Judd that's Judd Colors and Gala Colors, our Heritage Cattle Company, the son of Ed and Francis, and they do just such a great job with their program. But Judd Colors, interestingly enough, is going to be the ABBA International Show judge there in Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. So the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo will be held in March, and then that ABBA International Field Day will be held the day before the female judging. So it will be held March 1st. And it's going to be held, hey, John Clay, how are you doing? Carrie Clay is watching with us. We were talking about the ABBA International Field Day, which will be held the day before the female show. It will be at Heritage Cattle Company, and everyone internationally, of course, is invited. We'll go ahead and throw that up on the screen about the ABBA International Field Day. Make sure you make plans to be there with the Colors family at Heritage Cattle Company. So we're going to throw that information up from the comments onto the screen so everybody can see that. And of course, we want everyone to come that internationally, both internationally and we do agree, 79 Cattle, we do agree that the Colors family, they are really some great people to know, great people to have a good time with. And also the El Día de Campo Internacional de la ABA, ser el primer día de marzo de 2023, un día antes de juzgamiento de hembras in el Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. So thanks, guys, for all the comments. And we want to get back and thank some of these sponsors of ours. So we're going to thank some of the sponsors. We're going to thank, of course, Rio Ranch. Rio Ranch, we'll throw up on the screen the Rio Ranch Field Day. The Rio Ranch Field Day, the Rio Ranch comment in the Field Day, in the comments, we have the date and everything. We'll throw that up there for you, so you guys can see that the Rio Ranch Field Day is going to be March 4th. March 4th. It's a social, and it's going to be March 4th at Rio Ranch. Rio Ranch is outside of actually Hempstead, Texas. So Rio Ranch is one of our sponsors here. They're going to have a Brahmin and Equine Social March 4th, 2023. That'll be the Saturday after Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. They're one of our sponsors here, which allows us to be in the arena with the whole team. We have two people shooting photos. We have Iran and Andre helping with the all the equipment on the live streaming and the Instagramming and everything else. And then, of course, we have Ty and Gannon are sitting by the cameras for a little while until we get through some of these classes, make sure that the cattle are settled in. And thank you, Carrie Clay, for thanking us for being here. And we really hope that you can come join us sometime on one of these international trips. So Margarita and Cardosa and everyone, let us know where you're watching from and what you think of this great show. So right here we have, I think we only have 4 bulls in the arena. We only have 4 bulls in the arena, so we must have someone that has scratched. We have 165, 166. Not sure who the very first one was. We're missing somebody going down to 168. 165, 166, Okay, we had 6 entries in our catalog, but clearly we are missing someone. Okay, we're going to start. So if you're watching and following along with your catalog, you're going to be finding that we're missing a few of these in the arena. So a few are missing. Your catalog is not wrong. My catalog says the same thing yours does. So we're going to start with 164 placard. That is the 2443 branded animal. Then we're going to go to we have the 008 at the end. We have the Okay, the La Valentina, it looks like is a scratch. So it looks like in here we have Finca La Italiana with their JDH Leighton de Manso son. We have Las Prietas with their JDH Mr. Manso 934/2 son. We also have the El Caposo, our good friends at El Caposo, the Abarcas. They have their Mr. V8 52/8 son. And then we also have the San Joaquin entry, and that is going to be a BRC Noble or Mr. V8 458/7 son. So that's what we have in the arena showing with you guys. We have these 4 bulls. These are the Becerras. These are the 14-month-old bulls. Can't say enough about my awesome, awesome team. Rancho El Santuario. Not sure I said that right. And Patricia, so glad you guys are watching with us. Let us know where you're watching from. And of course, what you think of these cattle. So we just had the Ternero division. This is the Becerro division. This is the second class of the Becerro division. We have one more class. It'll be a slightly larger class. And then we'll be going into the Becerro division championship. These are going to be bulls. Oh, and it looks like he has placed them. So it looks like we're going to have the Las Prietas. The JDH Mr. Manso 934/2 is looking like it's sitting in first. And then we go with the El Caposo. Second, yes. So we're going to listen to Judd Colors, our judge, here from the United States, judging.
You'll have a class where you just have a first place animal very easily. And then sometimes you have a class where you just have a lot of different pieces and you just have to sort of work your way up to the top. And that's what we did in this class.
En algunas ocasiones, cuando uno está juzgando, tienes un muy fácil ganador por las condiciones del ejemplar. Hay en otras ocasiones, como es en este caso, que solamente tienes algunas piezas o unas partes del ejemplar, que es lo que hace que vaya al frente.
I'm real comfortable with the animal that I started with. I think this dark pigmented bull is one that's very balanced. He's very correct structurally on his feet and legs.
Está contento con haber tenido este ejemplar al frente. Es un ejemplar de color más oscuro, más gris, pero que muestra buen balance y es muy correcto en sus patas y pezuñas.
He stands on a very wide base, so he's got some natural muscle to him.
Se para sobre una muy amplia base, es muy amplio desde su base, por lo tanto es muy natural su amplitud.
I would like to see him just have a little more volume and capacity in the middle of his body, but I think he's adequate for a bull that's 14 months old.
Le gustaría simplemente quizá verlo un poco más abultado en lo que son las costillas, a lo que es la mitad de su cuerpo, más profundo, pero aún así tiene suficiente musculatura para la edad de 14 meses.
The bull that comes second, when you look at this bull from the side, he's really my kind of bull. He's got good pigmentation, he's got good capacity.
Cuando vemos el ejemplo de segundo lugar, es mucho el estilo que él busca. Tiene mucha musculatura, mucha pigmentación y mucha capacidad.
However, when you stand behind the bull, he's narrow-based. He's a little flatter in his muscle pattern. He doesn't have the overall muscle expression that we see in the bull in first place.
Pero cuando nos paramos detrás de él es un poco más plano, más angosto, y esto no nos muestra tanta musculatura como el que tenemos en la parte anterior, el que tenemos al frente, el primer lugar.
And then we have the big performing bull standing in third place. A bull, you really have to appreciate the overall hoof size and the substance of bone this bull stands on.
El ejemplar en tercer lugar es el ejemplar que tiene mayor desarrollo de todos, el de mayor talla o tamaño, y algo que hay que destacarle a él es el tamaño y la capacidad de hueso que nos muestra.
I just have to see more pigmentation in this bull. Yesterday, when we were looking at our females, on females, sometimes I'll not be as critical on pigmentation, but on bulls, I don't have any tolerance for a bull with a pink nose. This bull does have a light colored nose, and for me, our herd bulls, who are responsible for 50% of our cattle, have got to have pigmentation.
Menciona que el día de ayer quizá no fue tan rudo con la pigmentación, aunque sí lo mencionó, pero el día de hoy no puede dejar pasar la pigmentación, que es algo que le gustaría mejorar en este toro. No puede dejar pasar esa pequeña coloración más rosa en la mucerola, lo que es la trompa, para comentarlo de mejor manera, para que es la mitad, es la 50% de la genética que va a generar el hato y tiene que generar buena pigmentación.
The bull on the end is a bull that, in my opinion, he just doesn't have the overall muscle and capacity and performance to compete with the three in front of him today.
Y el cuarto lugar simplemente no tiene el desarrollo, capacidad y musculatura para competir con los tres anteriores.
Congratulations.
Felicidades a los creadores.
Muchas gracias.
So the judge has picked the first and second in class number 5. In class number 5, which of course are those 14-month-olds. Class number 5, our first place winner is going to be the La Prietas. That's going to be a JDH Mr. Manso 934/2 son out of a FCA Trinquetas female. And then on the second place, we had the El Caposo entry. El Caposo is going to be Mr. B852/8, and that is going to be out of a Guanacaste Manso female. So again, congratulations to La Prietas and also El Caposo for breeding those beautiful bulls and bringing them here to us at the Ganado de, the Nacional de Ganado Cebu here in Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico. We want to watch because now we have a bull that's wanting to get pretty excited. Okay, the guys maybe need to stay there. Just saying. Yeah. Sorry, might need to go back. What do you think? Do you think they do? What do you think? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Sorry, guys. Just go drink your coffee over there. Sorry. We were thinking the bulls were being really good, and now they're being kind of a little excited, as you can say. And our camera guys, that are our protectors, actually, they're our bodyguards of our cameras. We told them they could step away, but we think they might need to go back for just a little bit, just till the cattle kind of calm down just a little. So, alrighty, and thank you guys for watching. We have Francisco and Carlos and Jaime and Jesus and Irma all watching this beautiful show. So we were talking about our sponsors. We, of course, would like to thank our sponsors, Elgin Breeding Service, J.D. Hudgens, Inc., Rancho Chapapote, and Rio Ranch. So the Elgin Breeding Service can't say enough about what a great job they do in their program, at their business. They're very customer-oriented. They're very helpful. Their service is just the best. They are really awesome to work with when we have to go take photos of bulls. So it's always a pleasure when we work with Elgin Breeding Service. They've been in business since 1954, and they collect a lot of different animals. We were talking about that. They have animals, goat, sheep, lamb, you know, all kinds of cattle breeds, even a world champion Hawaiian ram. So Elgin Breeding Service, you can find them at Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo in 2023, which will be March 1st for the International Field Day. The ABBA International Field Day will be March 1st at Heritage Cattle Company. We've been talking about that. That's in the comments up above. And then also, we have, sorry, got a little confused there. What a great camera angle. I'm loving that camera angle. That looks really good. So we also have the March 1st is that International Field Day. March 2nd and 3rd is the actual show. So the 2nd will be the female show. And this is a change of schedule this year, guys. Change of schedule. We'll put that comment up in the comments about the fact that March 2nd will be the female show, followed by the International Greet and Meet Party that the ABBA puts on, as well as the International Sale. So those two events happen on the Thursday after the female show, which is unusual for Houston. We usually have that before the female show, but this year we have an International Field Day before the show. And then the bull show will be on the 3rd. And then, of course, following up, we have two great events. We have the JDH Wind Down Party that I think is from 11 until 4 at JD Hudgens Ranch. And then we will have the Rio Ranch Field Day on the 4th at 4 p.m., starting at 4, and it'll go until all hours of the evening. I have a feeling, I've been told they're going to be serving some tequila. And then on Sunday, we will be doing the ST Genetics sale. We'll have a big party at ST Genetics. Make sure you're there. And we'll be having an online and live, I think it's just going to be an online auction this year at ST Genetics. It worked really well, and that'll be, of course, on Best Cattle Sales. So we're going to give Iran the microphone and ask him to invite you to Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo March 1st for the International Field Day, 2nd for the female show, along with the international sale and the female show, international sale, and international meet and greet. The 3rd is the bull show, and the 4th is the events at Rio Ranch and JD Hudgens.
Claro que sí, como dice la señora Victoria, ahorita lo vamos a mencionar en español. Estamos invitando a todos nuestros amigos internacionales a participar del Houston Livestock Show, el show internacional de Houston, que se va a llevar a cabo en marzo. Comenzamos el 1 de marzo con un día de campo especial, un evento inédito, no había sucedido en la semana del Houston, en Heritage Cattle Company. Nuestro juez en este evento estará organizando un día de campo donde invita a todos nuestros amigos internacionales. El día 2 de marzo tendremos el juzgamiento de hembras Brahman del Houston Livestock Show. Entonces tendremos el juzgamiento de hembras Brahman, y el juez que tenemos aquí en México va a ser el juez del Show Internacional de Houston. Entonces nos sentimos honrados de que el juez en México vaya a ser también el juez en el evento más importante de ganado Brahman en Estados Unidos, que es el Show Internacional de Houston. El 3 de marzo tendremos el juzgamiento de toros. Miss Vicky, one question. The sale, March 4?
No, the sale
3
is
March.
after the female show.
Okay, on March 2nd.
So the female show starts in the morning on March 2nd.
Okay.
At the end of the female show, we will have the... Okay, so the female show starts on March 2nd in the morning. When the female show is over, we will have a wonderful party that is sponsored by the ABBA, a meet and greet. And then we will also have the international sale at the same time. So it's our usual event, it's just on a different day. It'll be on Thursday in the evening rather than Wednesday in the evening.
Perdón, hay una corrección. Terminando el 2 de marzo el juzgamiento de hembras Brahman, pasaremos a tener la fiesta, la presubasta, siempre en el mismo lugar, y esa misma noche se estará llevando a cabo la subasta internacional de Brahman. Esta subasta internacional de Brahman es algo que todos los años tenemos en el Show Internacional de Houston, simplemente que esta vez va a ocurrir en una fecha diferente. Entonces invitamos a todos a participar. Como les iba mencionando, entonces ya el 3 de marzo tenemos el juzgamiento de toros, y el 4 de marzo tenemos el día de campo en Rio Ranch. Rio Ranch, que es uno de nuestros patrocinadores, va a estar teniendo un día de campo en el que va a mostrar ganado bovino y equino que está criando en unas instalaciones increíbles, que casualmente están justo cerca de nuestras oficinas, las oficinas de la revista Brahman Journal. Entonces ya tienen las fechas: 1 de marzo, 2 de marzo, 3 de marzo perdón, lo dije mal. 1 de marzo con el día de campo de Heritage Cattle Co. El 2 de marzo con el juzgamiento de hembras y la subasta. El 3 de marzo con el juzgamiento de toros. Y el 4 de marzo con el día de campo de Rio Ranch. Ya tenemos nuestra semana de internacional de Houston. Apúntenla, márquenla en su calendario y asegúrense de asistir. Nos vemos en Houston.
All right. Great job explaining that wonderful schedule. So thank you very much to Maciel also for putting up the schedule and letting us know where we're supposed to be when. So I could not do all this without just the most amazing team that I have. So just so everyone knows, Progenie de Nicaragua, thank you for watching with us. And Jaime, thank you for watching also. So we have Iran, who lives in Mérida, Mexico. He's here running the camera, doing all the camera equipment, doing a translation, keeping me on target, changing all of the information on the screen so you can see what is showing. Ventura Ordorca, thank you for watching. And then we have Maciel back home in Nicaragua. She's helping us with all the posting and the photos and the text, and she does just such an amazing job at the Brahman Journal. She is Team Brahman Journal all the way. We really appreciate everything she does, so we can put up these results and you can see in the comments the animals that have won and their genetics and how they are bred. And then of course we have Brandolyn Bishop and Alyssa Doucette in the arena taking photos. They do an amazing job. They've worked with, Brandolyn's been with us quite a while, and Alyssa's Team Brahman Journal. She's a big traveler of Team Brahman Journal. Over the last 2 years, she's worked as a judge.
Really good quality bulls, really down through about the 4th place in this class. I think we've got some very functional bulls that we could use in different programs.
Tenemos un grupo muy nutrido y piensa el señor juez que tenemos una muy cerrada calificación y muy buenos toros en los primeros 4 lugares que podrían utilizarse en diferentes sistemas productivos.
The bull that wins the class, I think he's the combination of the group. He's a bull that's really wide-based. When you get on top of this bull and you look down his back and through his loin, he's really wide and expressive. Stand right behind this bull and you look at him through his pin set, his pin bones, he keeps that width, and I really like that in this bull.
El ejemplar que colocamos como primer lugar es un ejemplar que si ustedes lo ven desde la parte de la base, de la parte de abajo, es muy amplio desde ahí, desde el área del corazón, y si se van a la línea dorsal es muy amplio en su espalda, amplio en su lomo, y se paran detrás de él y es muy amplio aún así en su cadera, en sus huesos de la cadera, y baja muy bien su musculatura.
He's a bull, if I'm going to change him and pick on him just a little bit, he gets a little bit pendulous in that sheath. I'd like to give him more of a 45-degree angle to his sheath, but that's really picky on a good bull. That's a nice bull in first.
Si algo le gustaría cambiarle sea simplemente un poquito de menor angulación, que fuera a 45 grados el prepucio para que no fuera tan pendulante, pero un muy buen toro.
The bull comes in second. That's a bull with a lot of performance. He stands on a big substance of bone, tremendous amount of muscle expression and muscle shape.
El ejemplar en segundo lugar es un ejemplar que tiene mucho desarrollo, con muy buen hueso y mucha musculatura y en muy buena condición.
He's a bull, I'd like to strengthen him just in his top line. He gets a little bit low right in behind his hump. I think if we could pull his top up, give him more integrity down his spine, I think he can win this class.
Este mismo ejemplar le gustaría simplemente verlo con un poquito más de fortaleza en la parte posterior de la jiba y cómo inserta el lomo hacia la jiba para que fuera más unificado su línea dorsal, pero así con este detalle podría ganar.
The balanced, eye-appealing bull comes in third place. This is a bull you like him from the side. A good pigmentation, really nice hump placement, long level top line.
El ejemplar en tercer lugar es un ejemplar muy atractivo desde su pigmentación, muy buena colocación de su jiba y también se tiene muy buen tamaño de hueso y musculatura.
When you step in behind this bull, he's not as wide and expressive through his hindquarters as the bulls that stand in first and second place.
Pero cuando se paran detrás de él no tiene tanta musculatura y amplitud en la nalga como los dos anteriores.
Really deep bodied, a lot of capacity in that bull standing fourth.
El ejemplar en cuarto lugar, muy profundo y mucha capacidad.
I prefer his sheath and the angulation of his sheath in comparison to the three bulls in front of him. I think he's got the best sheath.
Y para él es el que mejor prepucio muestra de los tres que están hacia adelante de él.
He's a bull that he just disappoints me a little bit when you watch this bull move. He gets a little straighter in his hind legs and in his hock, and he's not as wide and expressive, not as much muscle in the bulls we see in front.
Pero si algo le preocupa de él es cómo se desplaza en su tren posterior. Menciona que es un poco recto de las patas y cuando se paran detrás de él no es tan amplio y musculado como los anteriores.
The bull that comes next, kind of that orange color bull there, he's a very functional bull. Just like to change the color of this bull, make him more of a white or gray color. He's a good bull, not as much muscle and capacity as the bulls that stand in front of him.
Y el quinto lugar, el ejemplar de un tipo color anaranjado o color naranja, le gustaría mejorarle lo que es su color más hacia el blanco o más hacia el gris, pero tampoco no tiene la capacidad de musculatura que tienen los anteriores.
Congratulations.
Felicidades a los criadores.
Muchas gracias, señor juez. Se le ha otorgado primer lugar al ejemplar con la placa número 176.
Okay, so in that class, class number 6, we're getting ready to come back in for the championship drive. We had number 176, if you're following along with your catalog. That's going to be the entry of Ganadera Ubaraba. Ganadera Ubaraba, which is El Llano. That is going to be a JRAL Fantasma son, and that is the Fantasma bull is a son of Mr. V8 259/7. Then on that bottom side, that bull is going to be out of a JDH Mr. Mosley Manso female. So that's going to be coming back in for consideration for this championship drive. So the championship drive will be coming back in, and we're going to be looking at the cattle from class. There was only one entry in class number 4. So this walking in right now is going to be the Santo Domingo entry. The Santo Domingo entry is going to be the JDH Woodson, and are we following them walking? That's going to be the JDH Woodson de Manso son out of a JDH Mr. Manso female. And first in the second class, which was class number 5, that's that 14-month-old. That's going to be a Las Prietas entry. That's going to be a JDH Mr. Manso 934/2 son. And then in the third class, this was the entry of Ganadera Ubaraba. Ganadera Ubaraba was leading their JRAL Fantasma son, which is a Mr. V8 259/7 son. And then it is out of a JDH Mr. Mosley Manso female. So we have some very nice bulls in this arena. We were listening to the judge, Judd Cullors, talk about the cattle and how impressive they are here in Mexico, and kind of telling us a little bit about what he looks for. Now remember, we're going to get to see some more of Judd judging in the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. Hey, Alyssa, you're right in front of a camera. There you go. Poor girls. So we have a kind of rough go here in the arena. We've been told we have to stay a meter away from, sorry, we have fence, and that's it.
The bull was a single entry, but as we talked about him in class, he's a bull that's very balanced. He's a bull that's really long and level down his top line, tremendous amount of muscle.
Ya hablamos de cada uno de ellos en sus grupos, muy buenos ejemplares aquí en los primeros lugares. El primero entró en su clase solo. Este ejemplar, como hablamos de él, es muy largo, muy bueno en su línea dorsal y muestra muy buena musculatura.
That bull right in the middle, the dark bull, is one that came out of a class, as we mentioned, and we talked about him. That was a class that was difficult for me. I didn't have that one really good calf that I wanted to land on, but I think as we worked the class, this dark bull is the one that came to the top in terms of its balance and structural design and correctness.
El ejemplar que está aquí al centro, el ejemplar que ganó el primer lugar en ese grupo, como él menciona, fue una calificación un poco difícil en términos de que no hubo un ejemplar que fuera sobresaliente de todos, pero aún así es un ejemplar que ganó bien su primer lugar, siendo balanceado y siendo equilibrado y con buena conformación.
The bull that's in the oldest class is one we just saw him in the arena, a bull that really handles himself well when he moves. He's very athletic, and as he gets out and takes a good long reach and a good long step, a very muscular bull with a good amount of rib shape.
Y el ejemplar que está en la parte posterior, el más adulto, el de 14 meses, es un ejemplar que por sí solo al entrar a la pista se mostró como un ejemplar muy correcto. Buena línea dorsal, largo, profundo, con buena musculatura y además de ello muy atlético, se desplaza bastante ágil dentro de la pista.
He's a bull, as I mentioned in class. If we're going to change him, we'd like to give him a little better angulation to his sheath. He gets a little pendulous for me. I can take some of that. We would have to be very selective in the cows that we put him with. We're going to have to use very clean navel type cows to offset that length and that pendulation.
Y como lo mencionó también en su grupo, es un ejemplar que si a lo único le gustaría cambiar sería la angulación y lo penduloso de su prepucio. Tenemos que hacer una selección muy precisa para saber en qué hembras lo podemos usar para no generar este tipo de animales.
These bulls, as I read them today, the bull I like the best is going to be the youngest bull. I think he's the most complete bull in this group.
Y en este momento el ejemplar más completo que cumple con sus expectativas es el ejemplar que está al frente, Campeón Becerro.
So we have a champion, and that's going to come out of that youngest class. So that's going to be the Santo Domingo, the 5'9".
In the lineup. Again, I really appreciate the amount of mass and muscularity of this bull. I think he's going to make a nice herd sire.
Y para ser el reservado tendremos al ejemplar más maduro. El ejemplar menciona que es muy musculado, tiene muy buena capacidad y será un buen productor. Reservado el ejemplar mayor. Fuerte el aplauso para los productores.
All right, so we have a reserve champion. Our champion came out of that single entry class. And we are so excited to have so many people watching with us. Barry Smith, I hope you're still watching. Barry Smith with the ABBA. He is the ABBA current president, and we had a lunch that was sponsored by the American Brahman Breeders Association here yesterday. I have a feeling we have another lunch sponsored today. And the American Brahman Breeders Association, the ABBA International Show, we've been talking about it. We're going to have that ABBA International Field Day. That field day will occur on March 1st at Heritage Cattle Company. So make sure you're there. And then we've been letting people know, Barry, about that change of schedule a little bit so that they know that that international meet and greet, the really great party that the American Brahman Breeders puts on there at Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, that event is going to occur Thursday, March 2nd, after the female show, along with the international sale. So we're really looking forward to some great ABBA events. Our ABBA National Show will be coming up in November, and we'll put it up on the Facebook page as well as our website when it will be and what days you can watch the show. Don't have those dates in my head yet. But it's right there like the second week in September. So we'll be there at the national show. Really excited about that. Let's talk about who won what recently. So glad we have guys in with the cameras. They're just still sitting there though. They're brave. Oh Lord. Okie dokie. We have one that's excited.
Continuando con el juzgamiento de los machos de la raza Brahman,
Okay, we kind of have a rodeo going on here. Let's talk about some of the ones that just won, though. I can't believe those guys are still sitting there. I'd have been standing up, ready to run. Okay, they're bull riders. They're not scared. Okay, so we have some bull riders in the arena working for us, helping us out. So the champion in that last class was the Santo Domingo entry, and it is a JDH Woodson DeManso son out of a JDH Mr. Manso daughter. And then our reserve champion came out of that oldest class. The oldest class was our reserve champion bull, and that reserve champion bull was Fantomas. That's going to be an entry of Ganadera Uberaba. The Ganadera Uberaba JRL Fantasma son is out of a JDH Mr. Mosley Manso daughter. This is getting pretty interesting here. Yeah. And the guys are like at least standing up, looking like, thank goodness they're looking just a little concerned. I was a little concerned for them. My motto is save the camera at all costs, and if you can't save the camera, save yourself. Okay, we have some bulls that are feeling a little fresh because it's pretty chilly here today, and it's a rather large class, and they're pretty excited. And this is a very large class. Some of our classes have been just a touch smaller, hoping nobody comes up and over a fence. We can't leave because we got a lot of equipment here. All righty. Iran, remember at the national show when the bull came through the fence, Alyssa was climbing the fence, and all our table and equipment was, flipped over on top of us. Yeah, we did. We lost a monitor. We did. We lost a monitor that time, but at least we didn't lose any people. All righty, let's talk about who is in this arena. We have some cattle that are being really good, like this bull right in front of me. He's being nice, quiet, he's all happy, showing well. So we're glad that he's relaxed and showing his buddies how he should be being shown. And that's going to be an entry of Ganadera Uberaba. Ganadera Uberaba just won that reserve championship in the Ternero division. No, Becerro, backwards. You know, in Central America, they do it the other way around. Becerro is first and Ternero is second. Yeah, so I always get myself confused. But this Ganadera Uberaba entry is going to be a BRC, it is going to be a Mr. V8 259 over 7 son, a Mr. V8 259 over 7 son, out of an HPP Miss Tabasco female, which is a JDH Jackson DeManso daughter. So he looks like he knows what he's doing. And look at the bone on him, Iran. Boy, I'm impressed. The cattle are just beautiful here today. Now everybody's kind of calmed down, taking a breath. We're looking at cattle from Rancho La Parrota. Rancho La Parrota. They're showing a bull that is a Mr. Parrota son. Mr. Parrota 628 over 6 is a JDH Woodson DeManso son. And then on the bottom side, out of a Rete 110 bull, that's that bull that the Muscases imported from Mexico, and they have there in the United States. It's a Register of Renown producing bull. Then El Porvenir HPP, Hermanos Pelaez Perez, they're showing their BRC Noble son. That's going to be Mr. V8 458 over 7, and out of a HPP Tabasco female that is a JDH Woodson DeManso daughter. Our third entry carrying that placard 192, that is going to be El Vergel. Yeah, I'm getting it. And that is going to be a PPP Mr. Vergel 711 over 7 son. That's going to be a JDH Chaco Manso son. And then on the bottom side, we're looking that bull is out of a JDH Mr. Manso daughter. Placard 193 is going to be Hermanos Pelaez Escamilla, El Porvenir, Escamilla. That's going to be El Porvenir. That also, oh wow, okay, yes. So we have the HPE and the HPP. They're Those are full siblings. So if you're looking at placard 193 and 194, those are going to be full siblings. So you're going to look at the more red tinged bulls. They're 2 in. So there were 1, 2, 3, and 4. So 3 and 4 are both going to be noble sons, and they're kind of got a little bit more of a red tinge to them. They're not red cattle, but they've got a red tinge. Then we're going to the Ganaderia Rosa del Alba. Ganaderia Rosa del Alba is showing a Laureano son out of a Laureano daughter. So we've kind of gone back to back, top on bottom. And then we have the El Caposo entry. That's going to be also a BRC noble son. So that's wearing placard 197. So the placard 197 is, and that's going to be that, I believe it's going to be that black looking bull, very, very dark pigmented bull. And that's going to be out of a Becton daughter. And then we also have another HPE El Porvenir. That's going to be a noble. Then we're going to have the Ganaderia Montebello Reforma. That's going to be a Corona son. We also have a Las Prietas. That's going to be a Caposo Core son. That's going to be a Corona's grandson. We're looking at Ganaderia Montebello Reforma has another entry that's going to be a Corona son on a Liberty daughter. Montebello Reforma has a Lawford son on a JDH Mr. Montimanso daughter. Las Prietas has a Mr. Caposo Corona son on a Mr. Huastecas daughter. Ganaderia Uberaba, we just talked about that bull. Tremendous bone on that bull. That's the Mr. V8 259/7 son on a JDH Jackson DeManso daughter. Montebello Reforma has a JDH Sir Corona Manso son on a JDH Mr. Amos Manso. And then, of course, Montebello Reforma again for JDH Sir Corona Manso 369/7. So they're not actually in correct order. It looks like we've gotten a little bit out of order, unless some of the bulls have left. But it looks like we're a little bit out of order as far as the numbers go. I might be wrong.
Yes, remember they are combined because some go from here and the other.
Two. Oh, okay. So interesting enough. This is kind of interesting, guys. You guys might not know this. Laura, ¿cómo estás? Laura's watching with us. Did not get to go drink tequila with Laura last night. I ran out of time. So we have cattle in 2 different zones that are showing here. We have the zone A and the zone B. Any of the cattle that came from the zone A, which for the most part is the north, and then of course the Yucatan. That zone, if they bring their cattle here, their cattle cannot leave here. They have to stay here because this is the B zone, and so the B zone can't have cattle in the A zone. So it's just kind of interesting. So for example, Rancho Chapapote, one of our wonderful sponsors that's here with us, they're not allowed to bring their cattle here and then take their cattle back. So they only had, I think, 2 females and 1 bull show because they weren't allowed to bring their cattle, because if they had, they would not have been able to take them home. It's kind of a unusual situation going on in Mexico right now. But they had 27 head. Rancho Chapapote had 27 head ready to bring here. So our heart breaks for the breeders that were not allowed to come here to the National Ganado de Cebu. Hopefully that'll get fixed for the national show that'll happen in Tampico in April. We will be back in Mexico in December in Tuxtla Gutierrez. That'll be a regional show. For those of you who don't come to these international shows with us, hey David, hope you're enjoying watching the bull show. If you don't come, and Gary, hope you are watching the bull show also. For those of you who don't get to come with us to these international shows, they have kind of different situations. For example, Judd was really enjoying judging the female show yesterday because the oldest female class has animals that have already had a calf and have to be pregnant again. So that's really interesting to see. Again, we talked about the A-B zone right now, the situation in Mexico where if the cattle are in the B zone, they can't go to the A zone. The cattle in the A zone can go to the B zone, but if they go to the B zone, they can't return to the A zone. So for example, Rancho El Caposo, Ganadera Tres Mujeres, El Caposo, Ganaderia Rosa del Alba, they're not allowed to bring cattle and take them back to their home ranches. So I'm assuming they have to either sell them or do something different. So for example, Rancho Chapapote had the grand champion female yesterday and the reserve senior. They only had, because, yeah, they had the grand champion female yesterday, which was the adult champion, and then they also had the reserve adult champion. And the grand champion female had been the grand champion in 2021 in Tampico. The reserve grand champion was Ganaderia San Jose, Marco Barba. Ganaderia San Jose is in the B zone, so he was able to bring his cattle here, but he couldn't have brought his cattle to Tampico if the show had been in Tampico this month. We're hoping they get that all kind of worked out. That would be really great. And then also, in the international community, shows are really important. It's a great way of marketing your cattle. So we're here in Jalisco, we're here in Guadalajara, Jalisco, and so they have a lot of commercial cattle breeders in the area, so they've all been here looking at cattle, and the breeders have been able to interact with them and meet with them, and this is a great way of them promoting their cattle. And then they have 2 usually really large shows per year where all the breeders attend. And those shows, at least here in Mexico, we have the National Brahman, and then we have the National de Cebu. So it's sort of like in the United States, our international show and our national show. The National Brahman show is just for Brahman. The National de Cebu is for the Cebu breeds. So the Sardo Negro and some of those other of the Cebu breeds, this will be their national show also. The regional shows are like Tuxtla Gutierrez, so it'll be more regional. It'll be mostly people in Chiapas. And can you tell me a placard number, Miss Brandolin? Okay, so this looks like it was a very hard-fought class, and we have 190, did she tell me? 190? Yep. Our good friends Hermanos Pelaez Perez, El Porvenir. That's going to be, as we talked about earlier, that red-tinged bull kind of up at the very top. If he stays in first, he is a BRC noble son. So Judd is having him walk again, so it could change. You never know, it could change. Thank you very much. And so that placing could change, but those are our friends, Hermanos Pelaez Perez. If you watched our Instagram, the gentleman leading the bull, we told him that we expected to see him in the arena taking home some great ribbons. And so this is very exciting that he's there. We really enjoy watching him show. He shows for El Porvenir, Hermanos Pelaez Perez. And then in second, it looks like we have a 202. This is going to be a Ruben Garcia Osario. This is Ganaderia Montebello Reforma. That's going to be a JDH Sir Corona Manso son out of a Lawford daughter. Let's see if he kept them. Did he keep them in that same order? Did he swip them? No, I think he kept them. Perfect.
Class.
Tenemos un ejemplar muy completo para ganar esta clase.
Here's a bull that when you look at him, he's a very masculine bull. I like the hump placement. I like the head of this bull. He's smooth through his shoulders, tremendous amount of rib shape.
Es un ejemplar que es muy masculino, tiene muy buena pigmentación, bien colocada su jiba, también muy buena profundidad de costilla y mucha musculatura.
The bull that comes second is a long-sided bull, really smooth, good angulation through his shoulders, really long and level down his top line.
El ejemplar que tenemos en segundo lugar tiene mucha musculatura, muy largo en su vista lateral, buena línea dorsal y muy suave también en su hombro y en su cuello.
He's a bull I'd like to change him just a little bit off of his back pasterns in those ankles. He wants to pop just a little bit. I'd like to give him more flexibility, soften his stride just a little bit.
Si algo le gustaría cambiarle este segundo lugar, simplemente sería hacerlo un poquito más suave, más flexible en las cuartillas de su tren posterior.
Here's a good moderate, medium-sized bull that's got a lot of thickness and natural muscle.
El ejemplar en tercer lugar, uno de talla más moderada, pero tiene bastante buena musculatura y amplitud, muy fuerte.
Not quite the length of body that we see in the bulls in first and second place.
Pero no tiene la longitud de cuerpo que nos muestran el primero y el segundo lugar.
The bull that stands in fourth is one that's a big, rugged kind of a bull. He stands on a lot of bone. He's got a lot of muscle.
El ejemplar en cuarto lugar es un ejemplar muy poderoso en términos de que tiene mucha musculatura, mucho poder y mucho hueso.
In my opinion, he gets a little straighter through those shoulders. I'd like to give him a more angulation there. When he reaches out and walks, make him more comfortable when he travels.
Pero en su consideración es un poco recto en la altura de sus hombros. Le gustaría verlo un poquito más flexible en esa parte frontal para que fuera más flexible y se pudiera desplazar mejor.
Like to shorten him up in that sheath a little bit too. It gets a little pendulous.
Y también le gustaría que fuera un poco más limpio en el prepucio para que no fuera tan penduloso.
I really like the length of body and the bone and the muscle of the bull standing in fifth place.
Le gusta mucho la longitud de cuerpo, la musculatura y el hueso que muestra el ejemplar en quinto lugar.
He's a bull I'd like to give him a little more pigmentation through his nose, and I'd like to see bigger testicular development on a bull this size.
Pero le gustaría verlo con mejor pigmentación en su trompa y también con un poquito más de desarrollo testicular para su tamaño.
Nice group of bulls. I think we've got an easy first place winner. Congratulations.
Un gran grupo de toros y piensa que fue un fácil ganador. Felicitaciones a los criadores.
Okay, so the placing, that was a very large class. Really some great looking bulls. The bull that I liked the bone so much on, he placed in this class, so that was very impressive. But first place we had HPP Mr. Tabasco Noble, and that is going to be an entry of Hermanos Pelaez Perez, El Porvenir, Centro Tabasco. That is going to be a BRC Mr. V8 458 over 7 son out of their HPE Miss Tabasco Woodson daughter. So that is a JDH Woodson Demanso daughter. Then in second place, we had the Ganaderia Montebello Reforma, the division Ruben Garcia Osorio. And that is going to be a JDH Sir Corona Manso son out of a JDH Lady Charlotte Manso, which is a JDH Mr. Amos Manso daughter. So some really great bloodlines there. And of course, we want to say thank you to our sponsors. We have some great sponsors here as the class number 8 enters the arena. Class number 8 looks like another super large class. Yep, it is a really large class. So this class is going to have quite a few bulls in it. So, Andre, you're going to want to stick around and watch this, and Giovanni, you will too. This is a great looking class. It looks like some really good genetics here. So, we'd like to thank our sponsors. Maybe we could go a little screen in, screen there, unless that's too hard. Okay, Iran's on it. He's got it. He can do all things Brahmin. So we have some really wonderful sponsors. We're going to see who he throws up here for me. And we'll just do him in a corner somewhere up there. And so we have Rio Ranch. Rio Ranch is one of our sponsors that we're really excited about. This is the second time they've sponsored us here at the Brahman Journal. We are sponsored by different breeders so that we can have the team here, so we can have all of our photographers and people to help me with the camera equipment. Sometimes I do this by myself, sometimes I don't. But Rio Ranch, thank you guys so much. They're going to have a great event March 4th in Houston, after Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. So they're going to have that March 4th. The Rio Ranch is having their Brahmin and Equine Social starting at 4 p.m. Then we have, let's see, who else do we have? We have Rancho Chapapote. Rancho Chapapote is one of the top breeders of gray champions here in Mexico. Year over year, they just have tremendous cattle, really impressive. They unfortunately are one of the breeders that are coming from the north, and so they only brought a handful of animals. But if you look on our Facebook page and see the grand champion from yesterday female, the gray grand champion female, that is Rancho Chapapote. And then we also have JD Hudgens. JD Hudgens, we thank them so much for being a sponsor. They're going to have some fun events. Their events are going to be, they have a social on March 1st at the barn at Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. They'll have their social, the JDH Social Hour on March 1st in the late afternoon. And then they have the wind down party. Their wind down party will be in the morning of March 4th, the Saturday after Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. So you can go there in the morning and Rio Ranch in the evening. And they are sponsoring our gray show. Elgin Breeding Service is sponsoring our red and our gray show, just like Rio Ranch. So we really appreciate their sponsorship, because without these guys, we could not be here. So we really, really do appreciate all their help. So we'll go back into the arena where we're watching Group 8. These are going to be our 18 to 19-month-old Joven Menor. This is going to be our second class of Joven Menor. So for those of you who are used to the flow and rhythm of the champions and the divisions in the United States, this is very different in Mexico. Every 3 classes is considered a division. We have the Ternero, Becerro, Joven Menor. So right now we're on our 3rd division. Then we have our Joven, then Joven Mayor, and then Adulto. So we have those 6 divisions, 3 classes in each division. And so we are here in Guadalajara with Judd Colors, our judge. And let us know where you're watching from. Pedro, glad you could join us. Jesus, glad you could join us. So very glad you guys can join us. And again, our Elgin Breeding Service, we have JD Hudgens, Rancho Chapapote, and Rio Ranch are our sponsors. Thank you. So we're trying to see if we can get some different camera angles for you guys. We love this angle that we're looking at right here. It is awesome. Thank you so much to Iran for running the camera so I don't have to do it. The girls, Brandolyn Bishop and Alyssa, are in the arena with their cameras, helping us. And then we will have the guys on the outside. We have the guys sitting by the cameras. I think we're calming down now, getting to some of these older bulls. Do you think they need to stay there? Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, so Alyssa, I was really impressed. Brandolyn, come this way. So guys, I was really impressed because the gentlemen that are holding down the fort with the cameras on the corners on the other side of the arena, they're remote controlled, but they are on tripods. So I was really impressed that they didn't run. So Alyssa, one is Alyssa's boyfriend, and the other one is Brandolyn's fiance. They're getting married in December. So Alyssa, were you impressed with Gannon and how the fact he never even stood up?
Not really, because he rides bulls, and so I would think that if he ran away, maybe he should quit his job.
Okay, so the bull was like running at him, and I thought, oh Lord, I'd have at least stood up. And Ty didn't flinch. He didn't even move.
Yeah, he said he was trying to be brave.
He was
so.
trying to be brave. I thought he was very brave.
He said he was worried if he stood up too fast, he'd scare the bull some more. So
Even more. So let them know that if the bulls get really bad, they are welcome to kind of stand up. Try to save the camera equipment, but at all costs, save yourselves. Okay? That's what I do teach everybody. If you can, hand the camera equipment off to somebody else, but then get out of the way. We can always replace a camera. We might not be able to replace a person. Well, I know we won't be able to replace any of these guys, so we can't replace you, so let the equipment get killed. Thanks, guys, for taking some amazing photos. And look, we have Anton. He is watching from South Africa again. You guys in South Africa love these Brahman cattle, and we love you guys in South Africa for watching the cattle. Really wish you guys could be here with us at the show, or maybe we can get South Africa to bring Team Brahman Journal to you guys. I know that we have a pretty exciting event we're going to be doing in August of 2024 with Brett Nobbs there in Australia. So we have a very exciting event we're going to be doing in Australia. So I'll start talking a little bit more about all that excitement. So we are in Class 8 here in lovely Guadalajara. And we have so many people watching. Let us know where you're watching from. We have Pedro, Twiggy, David, Hunter. Hey, Hunter, how are you doing? Where are you watching from today? Miquez? Canocask? I have no idea how to say your name. I'm so sorry. Canoksak. Canoksak. I'm not sure. And Raphael. I can say Raphael. Canosak. I think Canosak might be watching someplace where the time zone is slightly different. I'm just guessing. And Santiago Garcia Cruz, thank you guys for watching. Let's talk a little bit about the cattle that we're seeing here in the arena. So, starting with placard number 210, if you're watching, you can go and if you scroll up or down in the comments, you're going to be able to find the catalog, a link to the gray bull catalog and the red bull catalog. That'll give you information such as date of birth. That'll also give you information about their current weight, a lot of information, how many months, how many days, what their kilograms are, that sort of thing. So really interesting information that is here in this catalog. Really love coming to this show, and we really love it when we're here in the arena with Judd Colors, Heritage Cattle Company. He is the judge here, and he will be judging at Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. Hey, Cesar, glad to see you watch with us. Tovart Lan, they have two animals. They had the 210 and the 211 placard. One is going to be a JDH Sir Harper Manso grandson out of the Tovart Lan bred Ginga Khan bull. And then it's out of a JDH Mr. Mosley Manso daughter. Then their second entry is going to be a Mr. V8 372 over 8 and out of a Mr. Romanoff. And I do remember that Mr. Romanoff bull. He's a beautiful bull that Tovar Chalan showed and he had great success with. Then we have La Sombrio, our good friend Victor Jose Munoz Gonzalez at La Sombrio. We have La Sombrio in the arena. Did you see their bull? It's here somewhere. I'm not sure if they're in order. Am I in like the wrong class here? Okay. We had some A's and some B's, so I gotcha. Okay. They didn't make the cut. Okay. La Sombrio had two animals. We have Ganaderia San Jose, which it looks is getting pulled into that first spot. What placard was he wearing? 221 is getting pulled into the first spot if you're watching. And 217. So 221 so far is in first and 217 is in second. But we did see Judd kind of change one around earlier today. So right now, sitting in his first spot, we have Ganaderia San Jose with their JDH Wellington Manso son out of a Criadora Lastra female, which is a JDH Sir Lawford Manso daughter. And as we've talked about before, Cesar Lastra, Criadora Lastra, really, really great breeder. Awesome breeder. He had the high-selling female. It was a red female, but he did have the high-selling female at the Brahman Selecto sale, which we had on Thursday. That was on bestcattlesales.com. We did live and online. Really kind of great platform. We really enjoy doing those kind of auctions that are live and online. The auctioneer was just tremendous, really did a great job of kind of giving us a pause so that people online could bid, and we had quite a few people bidding online. I think we had 80 or 90 people bidding online, so that was a really great sale. And then we had quite a few people in the house. So really glad you guys are loving the show and liking to watch it. Looks like we have, moving into third, it looks like 222 is moving into third. If you're watching online, you can click that link and you can get your catalog. So you can get the catalog and see what it looks like. We're going to go mute for just 1 second. Can you zoom in a little more? Jorge Diaz, thank you for watching with us. We are looking forward to the, oh, that is so awesome. Great job. We are really looking forward to the fair also in Ixmaquil. There will be a fair in Ixmaquil in Merida, Mexico in November. Alyssa and I will be at the National Guatemala Show, the Guatemala Brahmin Show in outside of Antigua, so you can watch 2 shows at once maybe. We'll have to figure out if we can make that happen. I bet you we can figure it out. So yeah, Abraham, you might be able to watch 2 shows at once, one going on in Guatemala and one going on in Mexico. I'd really like to go to the fair. Iran, I would love to go to the fair. Carlos McDonald, Carlitos, how are you? I would really like to come to the fair in Tizimin in January. I think that's going to be the national, what'd they tell us? The National Lore and Gear. That's going to be the National Lore and Gear show. So we might need to be there in Tizimin. I would not mind being there. Could maybe visit with Carlitos in Merida and then go visit Jorge Diaz at Rancho Santa Fe there in Tizimin. Beautiful ranch, beautiful cattle. Had 2 females sell in the Brahman Selecto sale. So had those 2 females sell there. And of course, Jorge Diaz is the breeder of quite a few really famous animals, but one that was imported into the United States is the Rete bull, the 110 bull. The Muscus family imported that bull from Mexico, and that is a gray bull, beautiful gray bull, and he is a produced Register of Renowned cattle. He is one of our top producers of Register of Renowned cattle for a very short period of time. He like in a 5-year average, Register of Renown is really important in the United States. It's where they keep track of the points and the progeny, and at shows they get different points. So getting that plus in front of their name is super important. So right now, Judd Colors, our judge, is looking at 2 of these bulls. He's looking at the one with the 848 brand, and he's looking at the one with the 185. So that is going to be the Marco Barba entry from Ganaderia San Jose. That's a Wellington son. And then the 185 is going to be a Santo Domingo entry, and that is going to be a JDH Morgan DeManso son. Again, you can get all of your photos and you can watch this on our Brahmin Journal Facebook page. You'll get to see all of the wonderful photos that the girls are taking for the results. And then of course go to BrahminPhotos.com for all the free photos. Brahmin Journal. Oh, perfect. BrahminPhotos.com. El Facebook es Brahmin Journal, sí, pero el Brahmin Journal Photos o BrahminPhotos.com es el sitio por las fotos y todas las fotos es gratis. Absolutely. If you need any help, just message us, okay? And there we go. We have an amazing team, and Maciel is there in Nicaragua, and she just posted that link to our Brahmin Journal photos, and we have Andre putting up all the photos, so this is like super awesome. This is definitely teamwork. And Judd is studying these bulls. I have a feeling when he starts talking these bulls, we're going to get some really great process and discussion. So in first place, he went with the Santo Domingo bull, the 217. Am I correct? It was 217 there, yeah? Yeah, because it's the bull with the 185 brand. Okay, so Javier Sanchez de la Mora of Santo Domingo, congratulations to you, a hard-fought class. You are first with placard number 217, that's the JDH Morgan DeManso son. And in second, we have Marco Barbas.
This is just where do you want to put your emphasis? These bulls are about 18, 19 months old, so they're ready to start breeding our females, and they've all passed the fertility test. But I think we've got a pair of bulls on top of this class that are really high-quality individuals.
Un muy buen grupo de toros de entre 18 y 19 meses de edad, ya listos para ir a parear a las vacas, que es donde tienen que poner su mayor énfasis, que es donde tienen que buscar esas características. Dos ejemplares muy atractivos y muy sobresalientes al principio de la clase.
The bull that we're going to win, that's going to win the class, is one that's really a long-sided, smooth-shouldered bull with excellent pigmentation.
El ejemplar que queda en primer lugar es un ejemplar que tiene mucha longitud en su vista lateral, muy buena pigmentación y muy limpio en los hombros.
He's a bull that's really wide down his back and through his loin. He's got a good long hip from hooks to pins. He's really long and level there.
Es un ejemplar que tiene mucha musculatura en su línea dorsal, es muy amplio en su espalda, amplio en su lomo, llegas a la musculatura, a su tren posterior, a su cadera, es muy largo de cadera entre sus ilions y sus isquios, y aparte es muy amplio y baja esa musculatura a su tren posterior.
Another really good herd sire prospect in second place. That's a bull that's a little more moderate in terms of his overall growth pattern, but he's a bull that's very complete. He's a very muscular bull, a very balanced individual.
El ejemplar en segundo lugar es un ejemplar muy balanceado, es un ejemplar también que puede funcionar muy bien como semental, con mucha musculatura natural, muy profundo, y eso sí, con mucho balance natural.
He's a bull I'd like to give just a little more added pigmentation to him, maybe just clean him up a little in his sheath, but a really nice individual, certainly one that's going to have a great future as a herd sire.
Le gustaría solamente cambiar un poquito la pigmentación, que fuera un poquito más pigmentado, y recogerle un poco el prepucio, pero aún así puede ser un excelente semental.
I like the bull that comes in third. He's a bull that really, of the three, he's got the best pigmentation, really black through his nose. I like the dark color pattern from his hump forward.
El ejemplar en tercer lugar es un ejemplar que menciona que tiene la mejor pigmentación de los tres al frente. Le gusta mucho la pigmentación que muestra en su cara, en su boca, en sus ojos, y esa adelante de su grupa.
He's a bull I'd like to give him a little more testicular development for his size and age when you compare him to the bull in first and second place.
Pero le gustaría que tuviera un poco más de desarrollo testicular para el tamaño y la edad que tiene comparado con los dos anteriores.
The bulls in fourth and fifth place are really long-sided bulls, very straight in their top line, very smooth muscle bulls.
El ejemplar en cuarto y quinto lugar son ejemplares muy largos en su vista lateral, con mucha musculatura y muy rectos en su línea dorsal, muy bien musculados.
I'd like to give both of these bulls a little more muscle expression. When you look at their hindquarter and the stifle area, they just are a little bit flatter made. I like to change that when you compare them to the three bulls standing in front.
pero le gustaría ver al del cuarto lugar cuando lo vemos por la parte posterior con más expresión muscular y amplitud en la parte posterior para competir contra los tres anteriores.
Really nice class of bulls, a lot of quality in this class. Congratulations.
Una muy buena clase con excelente calidad. Felicidades a los criadores.
Muchísimas gracias, señor juez. Se le ha otorgado primer lugar al ejemplar con la placa número 217, número económico 185/21 del expositor Javier Sánchez de la Mora. Segundo lugar, al ejemplar con la placa número 221, número económico 848/1 del expositor Marco Antonio Barba Arrocha, así como también tercer lugar al ejemplar con la placa número 222, número económico 845/1 del expositor Rayleigh Barba Morales.
Para el grupo número 9 participan las placas 232, 233, 234, 235, 236, 239, 240, 241 y 246. Grupo número 9 corresponde a 20 a 21 meses de edad.
Okay, so in that last class, are we sound on and sounding good? There we go. Okay, sound on and sounding good. Hey, Marcos, thanks for watching with us, and Alexis also. Really glad you guys are watching. Let us know where you're watching from. Ramon y Enrique, Joni Morales, Fabio, buen dia. So the winner of that last class was a very hard-fought battle, and Judd gave us some really good reasons. That was number 217, if you're following along in your book. That was the entry of Santo Domingo. That's a JDH Morgan DeManso's son, and out of a JSM Miss Madeley, so that is a Mr. V8 380/6 daughter. So that 380/6 bull, a lot of pigmentation. That's something that Judd has really kind of been preaching here in the arena. Our judge, Judd Colors, is here in the arena. He's been really talking about it's very important to make sure you have your pigmentation, especially in your herd sires. You know, you are a little harder on your herd sires probably because they are the ones that you need to really be correct, because they're going to have multiple progeny. So, and then in second place, he also loved the Ganaderia San Jose. That's our good friend Marco Barba. Marco had the San Jose Corvette. That is going to be a JDH Wellington Manso son out of a Criadora Lastra female that is a JDH Sir Lawford Manso daughter. So those were the cattle that won first and second in class number 8. We're now on class number 9. class number 9 is going to be the animals that are 20 to 21 months old, and this is going to be our final class before we go into our championship drive, that championship drive of the Joven Menor. Joven Menor. Again, we have some great sponsors. We have Elgin Breeding Service, J.D. Hudgens, Inc. We have Clay Hudgens is here somewhere in the building. We saw him earlier. We also have Rancho Chapapote. They're only going to have one bull showing today. They had 2 females. And with 2 females, I did tell Jesus earlier, I was like, well, when you have a really great gun, you don't need very many bullets, and certainly didn't. They had the grand champion female and the reserve adult champion female. So they were they were champion and reserve champion in the adult division with their 2 females, and then grand champion with the champion adult division. And we have a bull that got off and loose, and he's a little excited. Oh, goodness. That's okay. We're all good. So far, yeah, when Gannon stands up, I'm like, this is interesting. Okay, the bull was just being playful. All right. So, in the arena, we have the Tovartlan entry. That's going to be a grandson of JDH Becton de Manso, and out of a Romanoff daughter. We're going to have Santo Domingo coming in with a JDH Falco Manso son and out of a JDH Sir Harper Manso daughter. El Porvenir, who won the, what was that division? They won the Joven. No, they won the previous, they won a previous class. I'm sorry. They won the first class of the Joven Menor. They won the first class of the Joven Menor. They won class 7. Yep, that's what it was. They won class 7. That bull will be coming back in for championship. Really, really beautiful bull that our good friends here, Hermanos Pelaez Perez, have. But they are showing in here with a JDH Comet Manso out of a Becton daughter. Oh, Chapapote is here. There we go. Okay, just realized that. They're only allowed to bring 1 bull here. Well, they only brought 1 bull here because they can't. I'm explaining to Brandolin the dilemma of Chapapote, who is one of our sponsors, but they had a great show yesterday, did they not, Miss Brandolin? Yeah, Miss Brandolin's over there shaking her head at me, saying yes, they did. But they cannot bring their cattle back to their ranch. So I think they brought this bull to sell and also show just a little bit. Now we do have a first place, it looks like, yeah? He's pulling out, what placard is that? Can you peek through there and tell me? What is it? 241. If they're wearing placard 241, that's going to be Tres Hermanos. That is going to be a JDH Mr. Mosley Manso grandson out of a JDH Woodson de Manso daughter. And then it looks like in second, the second placard, the second animal is going to be wearing 234. So 241, 234. If you're following along with your book, that's going to be El Porvenir, Hermanos Pelaez Perez, which we were just talking about. That is actually the Comet son. And then it looks like we followed up with 240. 240 is going to be a San Jose, Ganaderia San Jose. That's going to be a Marco Barba. That's going to be a JDH Mr. Woodman Manso out of a Dieter Crota female. We agree. We think all of these look really beautiful. Thank you guys for all the hearts and the thumbs up and all the comments. You guys have been fantastic watching with us. We have Lilia and CAMPEÓN and Lilir and NQ Mario. Thanks for watching with us. Alberto and Probal. Thank you guys for watching. Let us know where you're watching from. We had some people watching from Saudi Arabia, Bangladesh, Thailand, Vietnam, Pakistan, USA, Mexico, of course, Colombia. We had some Panamanians watching with us, Venezuela yesterday. So today is Bull Day. We're pretty excited to be here in Bull Day in Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico for the National Ganado de Cebu. This is the final class before we move into the Joven Menor Championship. Final class before the Joven Menor Championship. And we're going to go sound off for just a little bit.
Class of great Brahman bulls.
Otro gran grupo con grandes cualidades en este grupo, grande calidad.
The bull that wins the class, I think when you look at him from the ground up, he's just the most correct in his skeletal makeup. Feet and legs are really good on this bull, and just a tremendous amount of capacity and muscle.
El ejemplar que tenemos en primer lugar es un ejemplar que sin duda, si lo vemos de la parte baja hasta la parte superior, desde el suelo hacia arriba, es el de que tiene el esqueleto más completo, mejor estructuralmente armado y además muestra gran muscularidad.
The bull that comes next is the one that's a really big bone bull. He's a bull that's got some muscle, a bull that's got some length of body.
El ejemplar en segundo lugar es el que tiene mejor hueso, gran musculatura y también gran profundidad de cuerpo.
I'd just like to change this bull a little bit on the ground. He's not quite as correct in his feet and leg structure when he moves in comparison to the bull that wins the class.
Pero le gustaría cambiarle un poquito en base a su estructura de sus patas para competir contra el anterior en base a la parte más baja de sus patas y pezuñas.
The bull that comes third, he's not the biggest or longest bodied bull, but he's a bull that's very balanced. He's got a nice angulation to his sheath, really nice muscle. Look at him over his top. When you look at him over his top, he's got a tremendous loin in this bull, just a nice, easy fleshing kind of bull.
El ejemplar en tercer lugar es el que es muy largo en su vista lateral, le gusta mucho la línea dorsal, como muestra la musculatura, su expresión muscular, tiene muy buena estructura ósea y también se para detrás de él, se ve muy bien su musculatura en la parte posterior.
The bull standing fourth, another really nice bull. He gets a little bit heavier in that sheath. The orifice, the opening of that prepuce there gets a little bit wider. I'd like to just close it in somewhat. He's also a little straighter in that hock. Just like to give him more angulation in that rear leg to get him to reach out and travel a little better.
El ejemplar en cuarto lugar, también un ejemplar muy fuerte. Le gustaría verlo mejor en cómo está posicionado su prepucio, especialmente en la apertura, en la parte baja. También le gustaría verlo mejor en los corvejones, se le hace un poco recto de patas para que se desplazara mejor dentro de la pista.
Then a really nice pigmented bull comes next. He's one that's long-sided, very smooth in his muscle pattern, very nice hump placement, just as doesn't have the overall natural width and muscle expression as the four bulls standing in front.
Y el ejemplar en quinto lugar, un ejemplar que se ve muy largo en su vista lateral, con muy buena colocación de la jiba, pero simplemente no tiene la capacidad, fortaleza y expresión muscular que muestran los anteriores.
Nice set of bulls. Congratulations.
Muy buenos ejemplares. Felicidades a los criadores.
Gracias, señor juez. Para el grupo número 9, el primer lugar lo obtiene la placa 241. Segundo lugar, la placa 240 de Marco Antonio Barba Morales. Tercer lugar, placa 230
Which was first?
de hermanos Rivales Pérez. Cuarto lugar, placa 200.
Okay, all right. Alrighty, so we have it. We're getting ready to come in with championship drive. Could you let Miss Maciel know it was 241 and 240? I kind of got caught doing something else. So 241 was first. That's going to be the Tres Hermanos. That's going to be a grandson of JDH Mr. Mosley Manso, and out of a JDH Woodson de Manso daughter. And then in second, we had the Ganaderia San Jose, Marco Barba. Marco had his JDH Mr. Woodman Manso son out of a Dito Crata female. So in the class number 7, that's what I'm saying. This is a championship drive. So in class number 7, we had number 190. We had 190 in class number 7. That's going to be that BRC noble son that I was talking about, our good friends Hermanos Pelaez Perez of El Porvenir, that won that first class. He is a BRC noble, Mr. V8 458/7, and out of a JDH Woodson Manso daughter. Really beautiful bull there. And then in our second class, we had our winner, which was going to be the JSM Mr. Monros. That is going to be Santo Domingo entry. That's a JDH Morgan DeManso son out of a Mr. V8 380/6. So see that pigmentation there. And then in our third class, we have our entry of Tres Hermanos. That is going to be a JDH Mr. Mosley Manso's grandson out of a JDH Woodson DeManso daughter. And of course, we're going to have 2 opportunities for our good friend Marco Barber to be possibly a reserve consideration. And for reserve consideration in the very first class, we have this 202 bull right in front of us. This is going to be Ganaderia Montebello Reforma. This is JDH Sir Corona Manso son and out of a JDH Mr. Amos Manso daughter. And then the bull wearing the placard 221, which is wearing also the brand of Marco Barba, Ganaderia San Jose. This is a Wellington son out of a Lawford daughter. And then, of course, Ganaderia San Jose comes back in second, also in that third class, with their and out of a Dito Crata. Let's listen to the judge.
A lot of here in the arena.
Un gran grupo de 3 ejemplares que ganó cada uno su grupo, gran calidad aquí en la arena.
As we talked about before in this division, this is getting to be the age where we're getting ready to turn these bulls out with our females. And so these bulls need to have they need to have the masculinity, the testicular development.
Esa es la edad donde estos ejemplares se comienzan ya a ir con las hembras a aparear. Por eso es tan importante la expresión muscular, la expresión masculina y el tamaño testicular.
I'm real satisfied with all 6 of the bulls in the arena. I'll show you the bull that I like the best.
Está muy contento con el grupo de estos 6 ejemplares que están en este momento aquí en el ring y ahora seleccionará a su campeón.
Is going to walk through the cattle. He's looking at which direction he's going to go. We have the Hermanos Pelaez Perez entry at the beginning. We have the Santo Domingo bull in the middle, and we have the Tres Hermanos bull in the oldest class. It looks like he's walking back towards the oldest class. Looking from behind at these bulls. Going to the middle bull, it looks like. There you go. He has a winner. He has a winner, and it's going to be out of that middle class. So it's class number 8 is our winner. That is going to be our champion, is 217 from Santo Domingo. Moving in for reserve consideration is going to be the Ganaderia San Jose. That's going to be the Wellington son out of a Lawford daughter.
Y entra el segundo lugar del grupo 8 con la placa 221 para competir por el campeonato Joven Menor reservado.
So now he's looking again at the HPP, the Ganaderia San Jose, and the Tres Hermanos.
One that is really long and level down his top line. Tremendous amount of muscle.
En segundo lugar, que acaba de entrar en ese supliendo al que ya quedó campeón, otro ejemplar con muy buena disposición muscular, con muy fuerte línea dorsal y con mucha expresión en su musculatura total.
He's a bull. If we're going to change him a little, I would like to add a little more pigmentation to this bull, but he's a very, very high quality bull.
Si algo le gustaría cambiarle solamente sería un poco más de pigmentación en su cara, pero un muy, muy buen ejemplar.
Today for our reserve division, I'm going to go to this oldest bull, the dark bull in the lineup. That's a really, really nice bull, high quality bull.
Pero se irá con el campeón reservado, con este ejemplar que es un poco más oscuro, que tiene gran calidad y gran expresión muscular. Felicidades a los creadores.
And he goes to the bull out of the oldest class. Class number 9 winner is going to be the reserve champion. This is going to be Tres Hermanos. This is going to be a JDH Mr. Mosley Manso grandson out of a JDH Woodson de Manso daughter. So we have finished with our Joven Menor championship. Our Joven Menor championship. We're moving into our Joven division. Our Joven division, we'll be looking at class number 10, class number 11, and class number 12. These are some smaller classes. So we have 5 entries in class number 10. We have 3 in class 11 and 3 in class 12. Stick with us because this gray show is going to wind up pretty quickly here. So you want to stay tight and close to your Facebook page or your television or however you're watching us. And we certainly do hope you're watching us, and we certainly hope you're sharing with your friends. Let them know we are here and online so they can watch too. So we will be coming in with class 10, which is the 22 to 23 month old. This is our Joven. This is our first class of Joven. Great photo. And Nat Tackett, thank you for watching with us. Let us know where you're from and where you're watching from. Donna, thank you for watching. Carl Keel, thank you guys so much for watching. Let us know where you're watching from.
Continuando con la calificación de los machos de la raza Brahma, ingresa a la pista de calificación el ejemplar con la placa 247, número económico 931 sobre 0 del expositor Manuel Guzmán Sierra. El ejemplar con la placa número 250.
Lucas, thank you for watching. And Carl is watching from Austin, Texas. What's the weather like in Austin? I heard it had gotten kind of cold in Texas. And we have some bulls that are a little snorty again.
El ejemplar con la placa 251, el número económico 13 sobre 0, del expositor Rancho ADE, SPR de RL de CB. El ejemplar con la placa 252, número económico 2169 sobre 0, del expositor Arroz Proyectos Montebello SPR, así como también el ejemplar con la placa 253, número económico 127 sobre 0, el expositor Gaudel Asmiquia Ortega. Estos ejemplares compiten en la categoría de edad de 22 a 23 meses del grupo 10.
Okay. So again, thank you, Carl Keel, for watching from Austin, Texas. So we are in the class number 10, and we are looking at Manuel Guzman, Rancho Chilea. He's going to have this first entry. This is the 247 bull. 247 bull is going to be a Carew Manso son out of a JDH Navasota Manso daughter. Then we have Ganaderias San Jose, Marco Barbas bull with the JDH Mr. Rep Manso out of a Mr. Caposo BB daughter. Then we have coming in Rancho Yawalika. I didn't say that right again. Third one.
Yawalika, you say that.
Yawalika. I said it right. I'm so excited. And we have, I'm afraid of saying that. That's a Wellington son out of a Maddox daughter. And right here in front of us, we have a beautiful bull of Agroproyectos. That is our good friend Raul of Montebello Reforma. Raul Montebello Reforma. He has that RG with the line underneath it. RG with the line underneath it. And it looks like he's being pulled into second. Raul's bull is being pulled into second, Miss Brandolin, and it is a beautiful bull, am I right? Yeah, she likes it too, so there you go. and that is going to be a Principe son out of a JDH Lady Missy Manso daughter, a JDH Lady Missy Manso who is a daughter of JDH Roma Manso. For those of you who will remember the Principe bull, he's absolutely beautiful. That's our good friend at Siguacan. So the Principe judge.
An easy bull to find here in this particular class, just an easy class winner.
Tenemos un fácil ganador para este grupo, un fácil ganador aquí al frente de la clase.
Here's a bull that structurally is very sound and correct in his feet and legs. He's got excellent pigmentation, long and level down that top line with good natural muscle.
Es armónico estructuralmente, está muy bien armado, tiene muy buena pigmentación, tiene muy buena línea dorsal fuerte y larga y aparte una vista lateral muy buena y muy armónico.
Really like the angulation to his sheath. He's nice and short through his navel. Just a really nice individual.
Le gusta mucho cómo se posiciona el prepucio y cómo encaja muy bien con su ombligo. Muy buena conformación.
We've got a taller bull, a larger frame bull standing in second. A bull that you have to appreciate the performance in this bull. I think when you look behind him, he's a little flatter in his muscle pattern, not quite the muscle expression that we see in the bull standing in first.
Tenemos un segundo lugar con un ejemplar que tiene muy buena expresión en su talla y desarrollo y desempeño, pero también al verlo en la parte posterior no tiene la expresión muscular que muestra el del primer lugar, es un poco más angosto, más plano de musculatura.
The heaviest bull is probably the bull in third place. This is a bull that's carrying a lot of condition. He's a bull that he just gets a little bit soft in those pasterns and ankles for me. I'd like to make him a little better structurally, and then we could probably move him up.
El ejemplar más pesado quizá de la clase es el ejemplar que está aquí en tercer lugar, con más musculatura y más disposición cárnica en totalidad, pero le preocupa un poco lo que es la disposición de las cuartillas, especialmente en la parte posterior, que las quisiera ver un poco menos flexibles, más rígidas.
The bull that comes in fourth is one that's a nice bull. He's got some muscle expression. He gets a little bit softer, a little easier right behind that hump, a little lower there in his back. I'd like to give him a stronger top line, and give him a little more width and base through that back and through his loin.
El ejemplar en tercer lugar es un ejemplar que le gustaría verlo con más estructura, más fortaleza en el lomo, especialmente detrás de la jiba. Piensa que es un poco débil en esa parte y le gustaría verlo también con más fortaleza y amplitud de su cuerpo desde la parte baja.
And we end with a taller bull there in the end of the class, one that's got good pigmentation. He's a long-sided bull, just doesn't have the overall power and muscle of the bull standing in front of him.
Y en quinto lugar tenemos un ejemplar con muy buena pigmentación, quizá el más alto, de mayor talla de todo el grupo, pero simplemente no tiene la profundidad y la capacidad muscular que muestran los anteriores. Un fuerte aplauso para los creadores.
Gracias, señor juez. Para el grupo número 10, el primer lugar corresponde a la placa 250.
Okay, Miss Vicky was where to attend some business. I'm going to try to explain this in English. Or wait a second, I have here an English speaker can help me with this. So, Alisa, we are going to start talking about the cattle that win this class.
Okay. So it looks like in first place we are going to have the entry by San Jose, which is Marco Barba. We're a big fan of Marco Barba because he helps us get in the shows. And it looks like this bull, it's bull day, was sired by J.D. Hudgens, Mr. Rhett Manso. And that bull is actually going to be out of the Becton bull. So looks like a pretty good pedigree on him. No wonder he won. And I'm not sure the mom
Mother?
side. Do you know?
In the mother side is kind of a really odd name. Odd?
Odd? Okay.
Yes.
It looks a little odd to me too.
Let's just say the number then.
Okay, it's going to be 799 over 5. And in front of that, the name is SJYSCSPR. So just so you guys know. And then in second place, we're going to have, oh, I'm going to get this wrong. I need Ron's help on how to say this. I know it's Montebello. Oh, no. I was looking at this word. Agroproyectos?
Agroproyectos.
Agroproyectos? Montebello? And we are a big fan of Montebello too. It looks like that bull is sired by the Príncipe de Cebu.
No, would be Caroon.
Nope, that's his.
Okay, got it. Sorry, my bad.
It's okay. How do you say that?
Siguacan.
Oh, Siguacan is just
Yes.
missing the O-N.
Yes, like the description in the document of the MCC. Sometimes it's got cut, and the name is not full, but we can figure it out because we know the breeder, so it should be
Okay.
Siguacan.
I went to say Siguacan and then
Yes.
I didn't see the rest of the word, but we're good. And that sire is actually going to be out of Carew. And if you don't know Carew, you must be
You are
hiding
not
under
in
a
the
rock.
brown business.
Yep. And on the top side, so the mother of this bull is going to be J.D. Hudgens' lady Missy Manso, and she's actually sired by J.D.H. Roma Manso. So we're pretty deep in that J.D. Hudgens pedigree on our second place bull.
Thank you, Lisa.
No problem.
And we are moving to the next class. It should be class 11.
Looks like it. We've only got 3 entries.
Thank you. We're going to mute it just for a second, and we will back soon. Okay, we are back. So it looks like in this class 11, we already have a just. Let's just hear the judge.
Good bulls in this class. Again, this is one of those classes where do you want to put your emphasis as a breeder? And my thought takes me to right here to this animal we have in first place. I think he's the type of bull that we've been looking for today in terms of skeletal structure, just long and level down that top line. Tremendous amount of rib shape and muscle, yet he's got that massive hump and masculine head that I like to see in a bull.
Sin duda es donde tenemos que poner mucho énfasis en nuestro programa como criadores y es donde comenzamos a ver los ejemplares con esta masculinidad y esta expresión muscular. En primer lugar, un fácil ganador donde menciona que es un ejemplar que muestra toda esta masculinidad con una muy fuerte línea dorsal, muy amplia y muy larga, con mucha musculatura, profundidad de costilla, muy buena estructura ósea desde su parte baja, además mostrando una jiba con excelente expresión y colocación.
The bull standing in second is a long pattern bull. Good pigmentation of this bull. He's one that I think could add some length of body and some pigmentation to his babies.
El ejemplar en segundo lugar, un ejemplar que le gusta mucho y destaca su pigmentación y su longitud de cuerpo y cree que es algo que va a transmitir muy bien a sus crías.
I'd just like to change this bull a couple of places. First, I'd like to give him more base width. He's a little narrow made, in my opinion, for a bull this age. And then I'd like to make him more masculine in his head. He kind of has more of a feminine head.
Si algo le gustaría cambiarle sería simplemente hacerlo un poco más ancho, más amplio desde su base, se refiere al área del corazón desde el piso hacia arriba, y un poquito más masculina su cabeza.
But he does have a very nice angulation to his sheath, very correct on his feet and legs.
Pero destaca también que tiene muy buena angulación en su prepucio y también muy buenas patas y pezuñas.
The bull that comes next is a very massive bull, a bull that I'd like to just change. He gets a little longer in his sheath and in his navel. I'd like to make him a little more level and straight off that hip.
El ejemplar en tercer lugar es un ejemplar que es muy musculado, que es bastante expresión muscular las que demuestra, pero si le gustaría cambiar algo sería el prepucio que fuera más recogido y nivelado, y también la estructura de su grupa más nivelada.
Congratulations.
Felicidades a los criadores.
Muchas gracias, señor juez. Para el grupo número 11, el primer lugar corresponde a la placa de
Okay, let's talk about the cattle in this class.
Okay, we just finished up a fairly small class, and I think that is actually our last class in that division. I hope so. Looks like it. So our first place is going to be a San Jose entry. Once again, looks like Marco's having a pretty good show today. And that bull is going to be sired by J.D. Hudgens' Wellington Manso. Wellington is a pretty good bull, so it's no surprise that that offspring is in the winner circle. And then it looks like the Madre is going to be a RAB SRITA Wood Manso, and that's out of the Woodman Manso bull. So pretty cool. Looks like our second place is going to be from El Llano, and that's actually Ganadera Uberaba, I believe. So that bull is actually going to be sired by Mr. V8 380/6. 380/6 is one of the top bulls in the ABBA, so that is awesome. Looks like our mother is going to be HLG Miss Criadero Lastro, and that's going to be out of the J.D. Hudgens Woodson Manso. Okay, I know I haven't done such a great job, so we're going to bring you back to Miss Vicky.
Thank you, Lisa. Can I have the... Yes,
You
thank you.
can stay doing this. We're good. She's like, no. Okay, so I had to step away for a momentito. And congratulations to our good friend Marco Barba of Ganaderia San Jose. Of course, Miss Alyssa was giving you all the rundown. And of Ganadera Uberaba, our good friend Ganadera Uberaba. Carlos, congratulations on your Mr. V8 380/6 son, taking that second place. So we are now in class number 12, In class number 12, we have only 3 bulls. Do you need me to send that to Miss Maciel? Oh, righty. Miss Maciel got those numbers. And it's in the comments because Miss Maciel is awesome. Thank you all for watching. We are super excited about everyone that's watching this Gray Brahman Bull Show. Yep, Maciel is the bomb. I mean, during kickoff, she would just listen, and I would just think something. I wouldn't even say it. I would just be thinking it, and boom, there it was. Maciel had it for us. So she is awesome, awesome, awesome. And of course, we miss Miss Mandy. Mandy is off today. Tag, you're it, Miss Maciel. So in class number 12, we are going to be looking at bulls from El Canelar, Ganaderia Montebello Reforma, and Buena Vista. So the bulls, he's like, I feel good. He's too big to run fast though, you know? So the JDH Sir Lawford Manso, son is the Canelar entry. And then we have the JDH Sir Toby Manso son, which is the Ganaderia Montebello Reforma. That's going to be the RG with the circle. When you see that line underneath it, that's our good friend Raul. So this is our friend Ruben Garcia of Ganaderia Montebello. And then we have Buena Vista. Buena Vista is going to be leading in a JDH Carew Manso son out of a Mock Holiday Cherry daughter. So some really pretty bulls here. Let's see the direction that Judd goes. It looks like he picked that bull that was in the middle spot. Yep, it's going to be the Montebello bull. It looks like he's picking that Montebello bull. And David, thank you for watching with us. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. There's so many people watching today.
Start the class, one that stands on circumference of bone, a tremendous amount of rib shape and muscle in this bull.
Un ejemplar muy sobresaliente aquí el primer lugar, que se para sobre una gran circunferencia de hueso y también con gran profundidad en su costillar y musculatura.
I think if we're going to change him a little bit, I'd like to just shorten him up in that navel right in front of his sheath there. But he's an outstanding bull. I think this bull has a lot of future to him.
Si algo le gustaría cambiarle sería que fuera un poco más recogido en el área del ombligo, justo delante del prepucio, pero un ejemplar que pueda hacer un gran trabajo reproductivo.
The bull that stands second is a really long-sided bull, one that he's certainly better in his sheath and navel than the bull in first place. I've got him in second today. He's got some swelling in that hock on his back right foot, right in front of that hock area. I don't see that as being a problem as he moves around the arena. I'm sure it's just an injury, but I do have to point that out, and that's why he's in second place.
El ejemplar en segundo lugar sin duda tiene mucho mejor prepucio y ombligo que el del primer lugar, pero tiene esta posición el día de hoy porque le preocupa la inflamación o el líquido que tiene en su corvejón o rodilla de la pata derecha. Es por tal que lo pone aquí, lo ve que se desplaza bastante bien, así que no tiene duda que haya sido un simple golpe.
Then the bull in third place is a really tall bull, one that's a little bit flatter in his muscle pattern. I just need to see more muscle expression to compete with these two in front.
El ejemplar en tercer lugar es un ejemplar que tiene gran desarrollo en cuanto a su talla y tamaño se refiere, pero simplemente no tiene la definición muscular que muestran los dos anteriores. Su patrón muscular es un poco más plano. Un fuerte aplauso para los criadores.
Gracias. Para el grupo número 12, el primer lugar corresponde a la placa 261 de Rubén García Osorio y Rubén García Carrera. Segundo lugar, placa 259 de Ganamarca SPR. Tercer lugar, placa 262 de Adriana Villaseñor Gutiérrez.
We had first place in that last class, went to 261. 261. And when they come back in for the championship, we'll know who was second. Sorry, guys. So we were too busy getting a cookie. Sorry. It's been a long day already. So thank you, Maciel, for saying we're doing a good job. We just screwed up. We didn't get second place number because we were getting a cookie. Sorry about that. We're getting it for you momentarily. 261 was first, though. Ruben Garcia's Ganaderia Montebello. So in this division drive, this is the division drive, guys. I bet you Maciel got it because she was probably watching and we were like having a cookie break. Okay, so in first place in class number 10 came in our Ganaderia San Jose. This is going to be the JDH Mr. Rhett Manso. In first place in class number 11. First place in class number 11 was the Ganaderia San Jose also. This is going to be the JDH Wellington Manso son. And first place in
with these three bulls out here for our division champion.
Tenemos un grupo de 3 ejemplares muy competitivos en este grupo, bueno, en esta clase para este campeonato.
We talked about that younger bull in his class being one that's a really good pigmentation bull, one that's long and level down his top line, very clean through his navel and sheath.
Ya hablamos de ellos, pero el que está al frente es un ejemplar que muestra muy buena pigmentación, con un lomo muy largo y muy recogido en su prepucio y ombligo.
And the bull right in the center is one that's a really wide-based bull. When you look at him from the front or the rear, he normally stands with his feet wide naturally, which is a good indication of muscle.
El ejemplar que está justamente al centro es un ejemplar que muestra esa amplitud desde su parte frontal, desde la parte baja, y también cuando te paras detrás de él se ve esa misma amplitud, lo cual demuestra que su musculatura es muy natural.
Really nice bull in the oldest class, one that, he's got a lot of power to him. He stands on good bone, a lot of rib shape to that bull. Maybe we'd want to just make him a little more level out of his hip when you compare him to the two bulls in front. But that bull's got a lot of muscle to him. I think he's got a lot of future as a sire.
Y el ejemplar que está en la parte posterior, un ejemplar que tiene mucha expresión muscular, mucha musculatura, mucha curvatura de costilla. Simplemente le gustaría verlo un poquito más nivelado en su grupa para verlo como los anteriores.
I think the most complete, most correct bull of the three out here is the bull right in the center. He'll be our division champion right here in the middle.
Y piensa él que el ejemplar más correcto y más equilibrado es el ejemplar que está justamente al centro, el que será su campeón en este momento.
So the
Campeón joven.
champion Joven, the champion Joven bull is going to be Ganaderia San Jose, Marco Barba. That's going to be the JDH Wellington Manso son out of a JDH Miss.
We're not going to wait too much longer. I'm going to go with that oldest bull on my right. That's a really good bull.
And then our reserve champion, is going to be wearing placard. Get that number for you guys. It's going to be the Montebello bull wearing placard 261 for reserve. So 257 for champion, 261 for reserve. Congratulations to the breeders. Big congratulations. Really good class. So big congratulations to the breeders of these classes. Now, let's go ahead and talk just a little bit about some of the top gray. I'm getting some information out of my handy dandy October Brahmin Journal, my handy dandy October Brahmin Journal. We're going to tell you the top champion producing gray bulls from the National de Cebu when we look at the data from 2012 through 2021. So I hope you guys find this interesting information. Alex and Jorge and Jose and Luis, I hope you find this interesting. So the number one bull for producing champions, in Mexico is JDH Sir Lawford Manso. You've heard his name called out quite a bit while we've been here. JDH Sir Lawford Manso is a Vanguard bull. That means that he has those parentheses around his plus. Sometimes in these catalogs that we're looking in, they don't have that information just simply because that's not on the papers until they receive that classification. Second place for top 10 gray producing sires. We're just going to run them down while we watch this. This looks like it's a single entry class. This looks like a single entry class, class 14. So we're probably going to need to listen to the judge here shortly, and then I'll go. Names of these bulls that you've been hearing have been top producing sires of gray champions here at the National de Cebu from 2012 through 2021. Let's listen to the judge.
Single entry in this particular class. A bull that when you look at him from the side, he's a bull that's very deep-sided, a lot of capacity.
Un solo ejemplar en este grupo, pero es un ejemplar que cuando lo ves en su vista lateral se ve muy largo y con mucha capacidad.
He's a bull when you get right behind him. I would like to just give him more base width. He's a little narrow in his muscle pattern. I'd like to see him with a little more expression, more stifle.
Pero cuando se para uno detrás de él no se ve esta misma expresión muscular, le gustaría verlo más amplio, se ve un poco plano en su expresión muscular en la parte posterior.
Good functional bull. Congratulations.
Un buen toro funcional. Felicitaciones a los creadores.
Para el grupo 14.
Class entry, and I bet you Maciel already knows who won that class. This was class number 14. This was a single entry. This is going to be the Finca La Italiana. Finca La Italiana with their JDH Sir Mari Manso son. Come on. Another single entry. And another single entry. So I'm trying to get caught up a little bit here, guys. Okay, if you're following along in your catalog, we have another two. Okay, okay. So the Rancho Chalea entry is just running a little behind getting here. No?
He's,
Not a single entry class. He was just having trouble getting through. There are a lot of kids and people in the aisleways and everything. So yeah, so this is not a single entry class. We're gonna have two entries in this class. One is from the A zone though. So this particular bull that just walked in late, he has to walk in from the other side of the arena. This is going to be the Manuel Guzman, our good friend Manuel Guzman from Rancho Chalea. This is going to be his entry. This is going to be a grandson of JDH Mr. Manso 449/1 and out of a JDH El Patron Manso daughter. And then we have the Hermanos Palaez Perez. This is going to be a BRC Noble son. Let's listen to the judge.
To have some company out here for this bull because we can really appreciate his quality a little bit more. But that bull that came in by himself to begin with will stay in first place. That's a real high quality bull. Good pigmentation, good hump placement.
Antes que nada menciona que había visto ese ejemplar por sí solo cuando entró a la pista y no porque haya ya otro dentro de la pista, quedó 1 y 2. El ejemplar en primer lugar es un ejemplar que por sí solo se demuestra qué tan correcto es y qué tan correcto es. Tiene una muy buena posición de su jiba y muy completo.
The bull that comes in next is one that is a taller frame bull. He's a little narrow base when you look at him at the ground. Just like to spread him apart, give him more natural muscle when you compare him to the bull that wins the class.
El ejemplar en segundo lugar es un ejemplar que es más angosto desde su base, hablando desde la parte inferior a la superior. Le gustaría verlo con más expresión y amplitud, aunque es de mayor talla, contra el primer lugar. Un fuerte aplauso para los criadores.
Para el grupo número 15, el primer lugar lo recibe la placa 273 de Hermanos Peláez Pérez. Segundo lugar, la placa 272 de Manuel.
Okay, so in that class, he ended up leaving them the same way. So he left them standing the same way. So our class number, class 15 winner, class 15 winner was number 273, followed by, in second place we had the 272. We already talked about the the genetics on that. So we're going to go with that. So class 15 winner, of course, was that Noble Son, and that is owned by our good friends at HPP at Porvenir. And now we have class number 16, which is okay, we don't, oh, that's right, 13, 14, 15. Yep, this is a championship drive. So we're in the championship, yeah, because it would be 13, 14, and 15. Yeah, there was no class 13. That's what the problem is. We skipped class 13. Sorry about that.
Bulls out here competing for our division champion. The bull here, the younger bull, it was a single entry. One that we talked about had really good length of body. And he's got some capacity. Where I'd like to change the bull is I'd like to see more natural muscle and thickness when you step behind this bull.
Dos ejemplares para este campeonato. En este caso el ejemplar que está al frente, un ejemplar que entró solo, un ejemplar que ya habló de él, que es muy largo y que muestra buena musculatura al frente, pero cuando te paras detrás de él no muestra esa amplitud. Le gustaría verlo con más musculatura, más expresión muscular.
The bull that comes in the next class is one that's a real high quality bull, a bull that's got a tremendous amount of top, really wide through his back and his loin and out of his rump. I like the bull very much, very masculine head, good hump placement. He'll be our division champion.
Y el ejemplar que está en la parte posterior, que acaba de designar como campeón de esta división, es un ejemplar que le gusta mucho. Expresión muscular, su línea dorsal, la amplitud de su línea dorsal, cómo viene esa musculatura hasta la parte posterior, cómo se amplía en su grupo a gran musculatura y aparte con una excelente colocación de jiba. Un fuerte para este campeón.
Okay, so we have a champion. Our champion is crowned with the Hermanos Pelaez Perez. That is going to be the BRC Mr. V8 458 over 7 son.
As we talked about in class, he's a long, tall bull, one that certainly needs just more base width to him, but he's a very functional bull.
Y entró en su, para el reservado el ejemplar que quedó en segundo lugar en su grupo, del cual ya hablamos, un ejemplar que también le gustaría verlo más amplio desde su base, pero es un toro muy funcional.
The bull that fits me the best is going to be this youngest bull. I just like his overall capacity, really smooth in through his lines, to his sheath.
Y se va por el reservado al ejemplar que está al frente, un ejemplar que es más suave en todas las inserciones de su línea y alcanza a llenar las condiciones para ser un campeón reservado. Un fuerte aplauso y es más limpio también en su prepucio.
And reserve out of the class 14, that is going to be the Finca La Italiana. That's the JDH Sir Mari Manso son out of a JDH Carew Manso daughter. So we do have our champion and our reserve. Our champion is going to be entry number 273, and our reserve is going to be entry number 270. 273 and 270. We're going to be moving into the Joven Adulto. Oh man, we're just zooming right along. And the Adulto is going to be pretty small. So just stay tuned, guys. Don't go far, because you will miss the group classes. We will have group classes, of course, after we have the adult champion drive. So in the Adulto, we're going to have class 16, 17. Okay, and we're going to take just like a short break. We're going to take a short break. So we will be back with the judge in the arena shortly. But meanwhile, let's run down. We're going to let Iran run through some of our sponsors. And we're just going to be putting those up on the screen while I talk to you guys about some of the information in the Brahman Journal. So you can read the Brahman Journal online, and you can get it in your mailbox. I think we're going to start setting it up to where we send you guys a link to the actual magazine when it comes out every month. And so that will be fun for you. But we're going to be talking about on page 88 of the Brahman Journal in the October edition, which was our donor edition. We also have the top champion producing gray sires from the National de Cebu. I've taken data from 2012 through 2021 and talked about sires, dams, and exhibitors. And so the top champion producing gray bulls are in this order: J.D. Hudgens, JDH Sir Lawford Manso 616/6. Then in second was JDH Woodson DeManso, that's the 206/7 bull. We see him quite a bit in Colombia also. JDH Sir Corona Manso 369/7. He's done a tremendous job. Again, another Hudgens bull. They use him quite a bit here in Mexico and have been very successful. JDH Clayton DeManso is the number 4 bull. The number 5 bull is JDH Mr. Manso 731/5. I have a feeling that every time I say JDH Mr. Manso, when we're talking and I don't have the private herd number in the catalog this particular go-round, I have a feeling that that's the bull we're talking about. Number 6 is going to be the Laureano bull. That's going to be the Ganaderia Rosa del Alba. So that's the first breakout bull that's not a JDH bull, but he is sired by a JDH bull. So GRDA Mr. Laureano de Elba, 114/1. He was a 2-time national champion. I remember taking photos of him. Beautiful bull. That again is Ganaderia Rosa del Alba. Then we're going to go back into actually a tie for 6. This is a tie for 6 with the Wellington Manso bull, which of course is JDH Hudgens. So that's J.D. Hudgens. And then we're going to go to the Reyte bull. That is what I've been telling you. That is Ganaderia Santa Fe and Double A Ranch, which of course is actually the Muscas family. That's the gray division. They do have a few gray cattle. So the JADL Reyte 110 bull is the number 8 bull for producing championship gray genetics here in Mexico. Number 9 is going to be your JDH Weston Manso 80/1. And then we're going to go to JDH Sir Dixon Manso 138/1, followed up by JDH Mr. Manso 854/4. That particular JDH Mr. Manso has a plus in front of his name, showing that he is a Register of Renown bull. Our top 5 gray champion producing dams here in Mexico from 2012 through 2021 are going to be the JAGJ Selena, which is a Jorge Andres Gonzalez and Ganaderia Rosa del Alba. That's going to be sired by TTT Mr. Rambo 308. Then we're going to have JDH Lady Gaga Manso 937/7. And we will go back into the arena with the judge. Oh, did you? And we are in class number 16. This is a single entry. Marco Barba.
As he moves around the arena, he's a single entry. Very powerful.
Podemos hablar de este ejemplar que entra solo a la pista mientras que camina por la arena. Es un solo ejemplar, pero muestra bastante disposición y mucho poder.
Got a bull that's got a really nice hump placement. He's got good pigmentation, really long and level down his top line, a tremendous amount of rib shape and internal dimension. And you get right behind him, he's extremely square from his pin bones on down. He's got a lot of natural muscle and width through his hindquarter.
Es un ejemplar que muestra bastante buena pigmentación, muestra buena colocación de la jiba, tiene muy buena línea dorsal, baja mucha musculatura y amplitud en su costilla, y cuando estás detrás de él muestra una cuadratura muy buena en su grupa y bajando la musculatura hasta su tren posterior.
He's a bull, if you're going to change him a little bit, and this is being very critical, like to clean him up in that navel right in front of his sheath, but that's an exceptionally good bull, good testicular development.
Si algo le quisiera cambiar y en algo que es muy crítico, como juez menciona, sería recogerle un poco el ombligo justo delante del prepucio, pero aún así también muestra muy buen desarrollo testicular.
Congratulations.
Felicidades al creador.
Gracias, señor juez. Para el grupo 16, el primer lugar corresponde a la placa 276 de Marco Antonio Barba Arrocha.
So while a single entry class, it was an amazing looking bull. I would think that Marco Barba's pretty pleased with how this bull has turned out. So this is Ganaderia San Jose, Marco Barba. Of course, we'll probably be seeing a lot of his cattle when we're there in Tuxtla Gutierrez and Chiapas in December. We're really looking forward to that event. Already have our tickets bought, don't we? I think we do. And Miss Brandolin is getting married, so she will not be at that particular event with us. But I have a feeling she'll be coming some more with us because I think her soon-to-be husband, Ty, has enjoyed traveling internationally.
Oh, yes.
So we could
definitely
do this in the future. Okay, yeah. So we have JDH. This last bull was a JDH Jerry Manso son out of a Mr. V8 520/7. Now, Marco Barba owns the Mr. V8 520/7. That is a very impressive bull, the Mr. V8 520/7. And we have taken pictures at Rio Ranch of multiple offspring, progeny of 520/7. And are they not awesome, Miss Alyssa?
They are awesome. We had so much fun sorting through those cattle.
Yeah, we did.
Probably one of my favorite places to go and see just quality all the way through.
Absolutely.
All of his calves.
Yep, all of the cattle look absolutely beautiful. And of course, you can be at Rio Ranch with us March 4th at 4 p.m. until, I think until the party's over. It probably end really late. I have a feeling that tequila will be being served March 4th, 2023 at Rio Ranch Field Day.
You do not want to miss it.
You do not. And I think we'll get to see some of the cattle too. So it's not just all about the party. Okay, in the arena right now we have another entry of our good friend Marco Barba of Ganaderia San Jose. And of course we love Miss Rosie. Miss Rosie is a tremendous breeder. Miss Rosie is a tremendous breeder. So we have Ganaderia Rosa del Alba. As we were just talking about one of her bulls, that is the Laureano bull. So this particular bull is out of a Laureano daughter. Laureano is ranked number 6 in producing champions in the National de Cebu here in Mexico. So Marco's bull, Ganaderia San Jose, that is going to be a Wellington son out of a JDH Riley de Manso daughter. And then Ganaderia Rosa del Alba, that's going to be a Carew son out of a Laureano daughter. So that's what we're looking at here. And like we were just talking about as far as like the genetics, so Laureano is ranked number 6, and he is tied with Wellington for having produced champions. So the Marco Barba bull is a Wellington son, and so again, if he wins, he'll be cha-ching, adding a few more points into the column for Wellington. The Laureano daughter actually was a winner herself. I remember seeing that female. She's a beautiful female. And so let's talk about females just a little bit because that's the other half of the equation. So if you're looking on page 88 in the Brahman Journal, the October edition, the top 5 gray champion producing dams at the National de Cebu, we're going to run through these real quick. We're going to have the JAGJ Selena, which is Jorge Andres Gonzalez and Ganaderia Rosa del Alba. So clearly the Ganaderia Rosa del Alba has shown some in with the judge.
Bulls. I'm going to with the dark pigmented bull to win the class. I think he's one that has a lot of quality. And when you look at him and you compare him to the bull in second, he's just got a lot more rib shape to him. He's really wide and expressive down his back and down his loin. Just a really high quality individual.
Comenzaremos esta clase, tenemos 2 ejemplares muy destacados. El ejemplar en primer lugar, el ejemplar con mayor pigmentación, muy pigmentado, muy bien hecho al frente. Dice el señor juez que también tiene bastante musculatura y bastante profundidad, especialmente su espalda, y esta sigue hacia la parte de su lomo con bastante expresión muscular.
Really high quality bull standing in second place. That's a bull that if you've got some cattle that you're in your ranch that are a little bit taller and you need to add some muscle, that bull can sure do it. He's really long, very expressive down his top line and through his loin. Not quite the overall center dimension and the capacity that we find in our first place bull, but a really good individual.
El ejemplar en segundo lugar sin duda podría ser aquel tipo de toro que podríamos aplicarlo en aquellas vacas de mucha talla. y que necesiten expresión muscular. Muestra bastante expresión muscular, especialmente en su espaldilla y lo que viene siendo su lomo, pero aún así no muestra tanta profundidad como nos muestra el del primer lugar. Fuerte aplauso para los criadores.
Gracias, señor juez.
Okay, so talking about the first place winner in this class, of course, is going to be the Ganadería Rosa del Alba, the Carew son on the Laureana daughter. The second is going to be the Marco Barba entry of Ganadería San Jose, and that's going to be the Wellington on the JDH Riley de Manso daughter. And so we're getting ready to go into the adult championship. So everyone who is watching, we are excited. We are rolling through this rather quickly. Mallory, so glad you are watching with us from 79 Cattle. Hope you're still there. Enrique, glad to see you watching. We're getting ready to watch this championship drive. Fabian and Ray and Clarky, Jose. Oh, Jose Sicaria. I don't know if you're still watching. I certainly hope you are. Give me a shout out if you are. I will be in Guatemala with you November 17th. We will be there in Antigua. We will be shooting that National Guatemala show. And I will come to your ranch, Hacienda La Esperanza, his family's ranch. We will be there taking photos along with going to Rancho Siguacan. So really excited about that. So this is the adult championship drive. We have the two class winners because we only had two classes in this division. So we are looking at the San Jose, Ganadería San Jose. That's going to be the JDH Jerry Manso. And then coming in first in class 17 was the Ganadería Rosa del Alba. That was, hey, Lazy Diamond K Longhorns. Glad you joined us. And then in first place in the second class, we had the Ganadería Rosa del Alba, JDH Carew Manso, son out of the Laureano Bull, which, as we've been saying, has been one of the few two-time national champions in Mexico. So really glad to be here with you guys. The girls have been taking spectacular, stunning photos all throughout the day. You can check in on our comments. You can see our first and second place class winners, and then you can also look at the results pages, and you can see all the beautiful photos that the girls have taken in very challenging conditions, because they put these bulls up on a stage, and it is a little on the scary side. Yesterday we got a beautiful photo of the Ganadería San Jose Reserve Reserve Grand Champion. She was the Ternero champion. Do you want me to walk in there? Yes. Oh, Jose is going to get to see us soon. I'm so excited. Hey, Jose, we will see you soon. I'm bringing Alyssa with me, and we will be there shooting photos there at the National Show, as well as at Hacienda La Esperanza. We miss you here, Jose. I don't understand why you weren't here, but okay, next time. Make sure you come to Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo with us. And we have some fun events to go to while we watch Judd Colors here of Heritage. So the Heritage is going to have their ABBA. They're going to be hosting a international field day. So Jose, just so you know, they're going to be hosting an international field day at the ABBA. International Field Day will be hosted at Heritage Cattle Company, and Judd Colors is the judge. So maybe we can get Maciel to, oh, you're in Africa? What time is it now? Are you going to be back in Guatemala by mid-November, though? Oh, that's right. I saw that you were there. Okay, so we're inviting you, Jose, and all of our international guests to the ABBA International Sale, which will be held March 2nd, 2023, Thursday after the Houston International Female Show. And then also we're inviting you to the El Día de Campo Internacional de la ABBA. Well, ABBA, sorry, ABBA. I'm like, primero será el primero de, oops, let's listen to the judge. I was practicing my...
For our division champion.
Tenemos dos ejemplares de gran calidad compitiendo para este campeón adulto.
This youngest bull on my left is one that you really have to like and appreciate the top line and the strength and the muscle he has down his back, through that loin area and out of his rump.
El ejemplar más joven, el que está al frente, es un ejemplar que tendremos que admirar mucho la fortaleza de su línea dorsal, donde se implanta en la parte anterior, luego cómo viene su espalda y cómo viene su lomo y llegas atrás bastante amplio y musculado.
He's a bull. When I stand right behind him, he's really a wide base bull. He's got a lot of natural muscle through the center portion of his hindquarter, a lot of flex and a lot of expression in his stifle.
Es un ejemplar que cuando te paras detrás de él muestra bastante amplitud desde su parte baja hacia arriba y en la parte media muestra bastante amplitud y muscularidad.
The bull that comes right behind him, that's a really well pigmented bull, a bull that's got a lot of future in terms of a herd sire. I think he can sire a lot of really good babies.
El ejemplar que está en la parte posterior, el más adulto, es un ejemplar que muestra bastante buena pigmentación y está muy balanceado y puede hacer un gran trabajo teniendo grandes crías.
He's a bull that has a tremendous amount of capacity and length of body.
Tiene bastante capacidad y longitud de cuerpo.
When you stand behind this bull, he's also wide through the center portion of his quarter.
Cuando te paras detrás de él también es bastante amplio, es bastante amplio, ancho, especialmente en la parte media de su nalga.
Just a really, really high quality individual.
Un ejemplar con bastante calidad.
The last 2 days I've been talking about natural muscle and muscle expression, and for me, there's cattle that you can prepare for a show, and then there's cattle that just have natural muscle, and I think both of these bulls have good natural muscle.
Y en estos últimos 2 días, ayer y hoy en la calificación, he estado hablando mucho de la musculatura natural de cómo se ve este ganado dentro de la pista. Y estos 2 ejemplares muestran esa capacidad de musculatura natural.
For me today, I'm gonna use this youngest bull. I think he's just a little better down his top line. I really like the bull way he's built from the ground up. Structurally, he's very sound. That'll be our division winner.
Y el campeón adulto es el ejemplar que está al frente, que es el que le destaca un poco mejor en su línea dorsal. Es una pequeña diferencia, pero también es más amplio desde la base hacia arriba. Campeón adulto.
Gracias, señor campeón.
Our adult champion was the Marco Barba bull. That was a single entry, so that automatically means that our reserve champion is going to be the Ganado Rosa del Alba.
Bull. Easily, he'll be the reserve division champion. A lot of future in this young bull.
Sin dejar nada fuera de este muy buen ejemplar, cabe destacar que es bastante bueno y fácilmente era ganador del reservado. Un fuerte aplauso para este campeón adulto reservado. Tiene un gran futuro.
Campeón adulto reservado, placa 278, Mr.
Okay, so we have our reserve champion also. Our reserve champion, as the judge said, would have been, I mean, even with more stiff competition, with more competition, he would have been reserve champion because he's a beautiful young bull with a good future ahead of him. That is going to be a JDH Carew Manso 800, son out of a Mr. Laureano de Alba female. So let's go ahead and I'll ask Iran to throw a few of these dates up, or maybe we could get Miss Maciel to throw in a few of the Hudgens wind down date, and then the social also, a few of those dates up there. We really appreciate that, Maciel. And the championship bull would do well in South Africa, is I think what we just heard. Am I right? Yes, absolutely. The champion bull would do well in South Africa. We'll have to tell Marco Barba that you thought that his bull would do very well in South Africa. We kind of agree with you on that one. Absolutely. So don't miss out on the J.D. Hudgens Wind Down event, March 4th, 2023. That is going to be the Saturday after the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. That event is, again, Saturday, March 4th. And then we have the J.D. Hudgens Celebration Social. They have had to move it from Thursday to Wednesday because we've kind of moved around a few dates there in at Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. So the J.D. Hudgens Celebration Social, Wednesday, March 1st, 2023, from 4 p.m. till 8 p.m. there at the stalls in the barn at Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. We want to thank our sponsors, of course. We could not do it without them. We have Elgin Breeding Service. We really would like to thank all of our wonderful sponsors. Elgin Breeding Service, there's a great article about them in the October edition of the magazine. We can probably remove that adulto. There you go. Elgin Breeding Service, we really appreciate them. They support us quite a bit. They help us get to all these different events. It's very, very important for us as the Brahman Journal to be able to show you guys the entire world. So please let them know you've watched and that you appreciate it. Rio Ranch, we have Rio Ranch with the registered Brahman Charlet and Brangus, but they are really getting big, big, big into that Brahman event. So they're really getting big into the Brahman breed, more so even than they have in the past. They have some really great cattle, and they also have the Brahman and Equine Social starting at 4 p.m. So that'll happen after the J.D. Hudgens wind down event. So the wind down event will be winding down in the afternoon, and then you can head on over to Rio Ranch. Rio Ranch is there in Hempstead, Texas, and they have some really great cattle. They look really great. We had so much fun taking some photos. We were just talking about the fact that Marco Barba, the owner of Mr. V8 520, he has used some 520 females here at the show on some Hudgens bloodlines, and the results have just been amazing, as you can see, as you can witness. And so Rio Ranch actually has quite a bit of 520 progeny, quite a few of the 520 progeny, and I can tell you when we stepped into that pasture, we were just so very, very impressed by the consistency and just the number of cattle. The number of cattle just boom, boom, that looked so great. So again, March 4th, 2023, make sure you are there at Rio Ranch. Let's talk about Rancho Chapapote. Rancho Chapapote is the #1 breeder of National de Cebu Gray Champions, and they are also the #1 breeder of National de Brahman Gray Champions. So they really do a great job in their breeding program. We are always impressed when we see those Rancho Chapapote cattle. They did not get to compete here with very many cattle. I think they brought only 3. They had 27 prepared, but because we are in the B zone, they were not able to come, because if they had, they would not have been able to bring those cattle back home to their ranch. So again, thank you to Rancho Chapapote. They also were a big part of the Brahman Selecto sale, the whole reason why we were at the Brahman Selecto sale. And then we are going to go and thank, of course, we were talking about J.D. Hudgens earlier and the wind down and all of their events, so make sure that you are available for the J.D. Hudgens wind down event and the social hour. So we really want to thank those 4 sponsors. Those are our 4 sponsors for the Gray Show. We do have some different sponsors for the Red Show, which we'll be heading into next after. We are right now getting ready to do the progeny. So we're getting ready to do the Progenie del Toro. Yeah, so in the United States, this would be similar to our Progenie our Get a Sire, sorry. It'll be very similar to our Progenie del Toro. Okay, yeah. Now they also have another class, which I have always found very interesting. We do not have Grupo de Familia. They do not have it in the United States. I've always thought that they should. It would be really fun to do. So Grupo de Familia is going to have to be same sire, same dam. Did we lose a camera?
No, I was going to make sure if this one is Progenie del Toro or is Grupo de Familia.
I don't think it's Grupo de Familia. ¿Es Progenie del Toro o Grupo de Familia? Sí. Okay. ¿Tiene el Grupo de Familia o no?
Va después Grupo de
Después? Sí. Yeah, Grupo de Familia is always usually after the Toro, the Progenie del Toro. And I don't know if they have them. I mean, because sometimes they don't have enough cattle to be in the Grupo de Familia. But I love that Grupo de Familia class because it's just so cool, because sire, dam, they both have to be the same. Jesus Sanchez, ¿dónde está? Carlos Rodriguez Paulino is watching. Marilyn Watkins is watching. Roberto, thank you guys for watching. And Antonio, as we said earlier, we really do agree with you. We'll make sure Marco Barba knows that you thought his bull looked pretty good. So let's run through some of our top 10 exhibitors over the last I guess that's like 10 years, in the Nationals de Cebu. So this is just something that I do kind of myself together, the Brahmin Journal team, and we calculate points because I've kept track of all of these shows for all of these years. I sound really old. Well, I kind of am, but anyway. Rancho Chapapote with Enrique and Jesus Sanchez, they have 126 championship points. In second, we're going to have Ganaderia Rosa del Alba, and that is going to be Rosie with championship points of 55. Coming in to third is going to be the Hermanos Pelaez Perez y Hermanos Pelaez Escamilla, and that is going to be Rancho El Porvenir, and they have 38 championship points. Agropecuario NAL, Familia Nájera, they're going to have 29 points. Ganaderia El Palmar, 28. Rancho El Caposo, Rafael Abarca, 23. Criadora Lastra, 22. Ganaderia San Jose, 21. Ganaderia Santa Fe, I did say San Jose.
Competing division. I'm going to use the group here in front of me. I think that they're just very balanced, a lot of symmetry in those four, really well-muscled cattle.
Son tres muy buenos grupos que entraron para esta Progenie de Toro. Se queda como primer lugar al grupo que está enfrente de nosotros, un ejemplar que es muy similar, que tiene mucha simetría entre todos ellos, con buena musculatura.
The next group will be the older cattle here in the middle. I think that there's some really good individuals in that group. I really like the females of this group. The bull is one I'd like to just change, give him more capacity, make him more masculine for this group to move any higher.
El ejemplar que está enfrente de nosotros queda como segundo lugar. Le gustan mucho las hembras de este grupo, las destaca demasiado, pero en el macho menciona que le gustaría verlo más profundo y con más masculinidad para haber quedado este grupo como primer lugar.
And then the third place group is a group of young calves. I think they've got a real good future as they get older and develop. They'll probably move up in this category, but I think for today we've got a couple of bulls in there that are nice, but maybe they don't match up quite as well with those females, and so today they're going to be third place.
Los ejemplares como tercer lugar es un grupo de ejemplares que pueden hacer un gran trabajo a futuro, pero en este momento los ejemplares machos no tienen ese ¿cómo se llama? Desarrollo que en cuanto a capacidad se requiere para haberse movido más adelante dentro de la clase, pero tienen un gran futuro. Fuerte aplauso para estos primeros lugares.
Our Progenie del Toro, that is going to be a group that was a Wellington son. So that is going to be JDH Wellington. All right, so that is going to have been led by Ganaderia San Jose. So Ms. Maciel, if you look at placard number 257, that would be a JDH Wellington, and those offspring were shown by San Jose. So that is the Progenio. What did he just say? Okay. We want them turned around. Turn them around. Here. I'm going to leave you with this. Here you go. So we just took photos of the Progenie del Toro. We're going to be coming in with the Grupo de Familia in a few minutes. But meanwhile, let's go ahead and run through what we're going to be seeing coming in for the championship, Grand Championship Drive. Nope, yes. No, yes. Hello. Michael Martin is in the building. Okay. Michael, would you like to talk about the... Oh, okay. Yeah, no, it's absolutely fine, whatever you want to do. But we would need to have a gimbal out there, and I bet you we could pick up the mobile one. Why don't we mute me? And did we thank Luis Roberto for saying that he thinks they're nice bulls? We agree completely with you. We think they're very nice bulls too. I think they look great. So really good seeing you the other day too. And thank you guys for watching. Let us know where you're watching from. Oh, whoa. Ganadera Carla Mary. Wait. Carlos Lee, how are you? It is very good to see you. I wish you were here. I need to talk to you about being in Panama in Oku. And then also David for the Expica Rotativa. I would love to get the dates for the Expica Rotativa. So Carlos Lee, Ganadera, Carla Mary. I would really love to get some dates for the Expica Rotativa in David because I've been inviting people to go with us because I know we will be there. Now we're getting ready to come back into the arena with the Grupo de Familia, and so that'll be really exciting. And we're going to run through what that we'll be seeing here shortly in the Grand Championship Drive. So the Grand Championship Drive. What? Oh. Talking.
Unas palabras para invitarlos.
Good afternoon. I'd just like to invite everyone here for the World Brahma Congress in 2024. It'll be held in College Station, Texas, the week of May 20th through 25th. Go.
Buenas tardes. Queremos extenderles una cordial invitación para el Congreso Mundial 2024 que se tomará a cabo en College Station, Texas, del 20 de mayo al 25 de mayo. Entonces esperamos verlos ahí en esos tiempos. Gracias. Al igual estaremos celebrando los 100 años de la ABA. Entonces será un evento muy grande y el presidente aquí es el señor Michael Martin. Gracias.
Can't hear. Okay, so that was Michael Martin inviting everyone to come to the World Brahman Congress in 2024. Maybe we can get him during the Red Show to come over here and visit with us a little bit about it. He's working on hotel reservations. He's also working on all of the logistics, but I can promise you, I know Michael Martin very well, and it will be a wonderful event. So let's talk about who we're going to be seeing in this upcoming championship drive. So I know that all of my wonderful friends, Luis Roberto and Carlos Lee and everybody else is sitting there anxiously watching, waiting to see this Grand Champion drive. But let's talk about some genetics that we're going to be seeing when we move into that Grand Championship drive. So in the very first in the very first division, which is the Ternero division here in Mexico. You know, in other countries it's kind of flip-flopped, but Ternero division, our champion in the Ternero division was a Cesar Lastra, Criadora Lastra entry, and that was going to be a JDH Sir Mary Manso son out of a JDH Carew Manso daughter. So that is the champion in the Ternero division. Then in the Becerro division, we're going to have the Santo Domingo Javier Sanchez's de la Mora entry. That is going to be a JDH Woodson Manso son, a 206 son, on a JDH Mr. Manso daughter. Then coming in with the championship for the Joven Menor, the Joven Menor champion was, and I'm doing this all out of my head, guys, so I'm pretty impressed myself. The Joven Menor division was won by Santo Domingo. Santo Domingo is Javier Sanchez de la Mora, so he's going to have the Becerro and the Joven Menor division champion in that grand championship drive, and that's going to be a JDH Morgan DeManso son out of Mr. V8 380/6 daughter. So out of a machine daughter. And then coming in the Joven division, we had the champion was the Marco Barba. Marco Barba had the champion with the JDH Wellington Manso, and out of a JDH Mr. Woodman Manso daughter. Then coming in for the Joven Mayor, the Joven Mayor is going to be the Hermanos Pelaez Perez, El Porvenir, the HPP, and that is going to be a Mr. V8 458/7. That is BRC Noble. So that is a noble son out of a Wellington daughter. And if these names are sounding familiar, that's probably because I just ran through those top 10 sires for producing great champions in the National de Cebu from 2012 to 2021. Then coming in the Adulto division, we're going to have the Ganaderia San Jose, Marco Barbas entry. That's a JDH Jerry Manso out of a Mr. V8 520/7 daughter. And then the reserve considerations, you can look through all of our information that we've had in the magazine, in the comments. So again, look through the comments and you can see that right now we're in the Grupo de Familia. So those of us who don't travel, hey Sally, how are you? If you don't travel a lot internationally, this is a division that is not very familiar to you. I know that Edith Lopez absolutely knows what this is about. So does Luis Roberto and so does Carlos Lee. But some of us don't see this very often. And so this is a Grupo de Familia. And it is exactly as it says. It's the group of family. So it's going to have the same sire and the same dam. Alrighty, and thank you for watching with us, everybody. This is pretty excited. Okay, so this is the Grupo de Familia. It's right before we're going to be seeing the Danny Acevedo. You are in the building. Why are you watching online? But we're glad to see Danny Acevedo watching online. I had coffee this morning with Danny Acevedo. Danny Acevedo is very famous. He travels occasionally internationally with us, and everybody at the Brahmin breed knows Danny Acevedo. So actually they know your kids, but because they showed so much. But you have great cattle, Danny, so glad you're here in Mexico, in Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico with us. So Danny Acevedo is a longtime Brahmin breeder and ABBA member, past ABBA committee and director, and all things ABBA and Brahmin. So anyway, so Danny has seen this before, but we don't really get to see this much in the United States. So this is a Grupo de Familia. It can be 2, it can be 4. They just have to have the same sire and the same mother. So I think that this is something that would be really fun to have in the United States. In the United States, we have the produce of dam, the embryo produce of dam, and then we have the get of sire. So we do have 3 group classes, but we just have 2 different group classes for the females. So it looks like he is making a decision. Does it look like he's making a decision? Yeah, I think so. I think he's going with Marco Barba's entry. Is it the same one? This bull has 848 on it. Let's see. They don't have this in our catalog, guys. So what I've had to do is, what was it, 848? I've had to look them up by their private herd number.
848.
Yep. Ooh, I had to look them up by their private herd number, and this one's not popping up.
There's 3 options. One more.
Let's try.
No, there is 3
852.
options. There's
Oh, is there 3 options? Okay, sorry, I only saw that. Okay, 848. So this is going to be the Wellington. So this is part of the Wellington group, but they're all out of Miss Corridor Lastra 314/7, which is a JDH Sir Lawford Manso daughter. So again, this has to have the same sire and the same dam. So I only had to look up one animal to find out that it is Wellington on a JDH Sir Lawford Manso daughter. So again, look at the bloodline. This is Miss Criadora Lastra. So Miss Criadora Lastra 314/7. That means that that is Cesar Lastra, which he is going to have that very first champion in the bull division come in for grand championship consideration. And let's listen to what
of embryo produce. We're going to start with a pair of bulls on the front end of this class. One of the most difficult things in my mind to do as a breeder is to raise really good bulls. And when you can get 2 bulls from the same cow, I think that really speaks well for that donor cow.
Tenemos en este grupo de familia que provienen de la misma vaca, del mismo padre, de madre y padre. Entonces es un producto de transferencia de embriones en estos tipos de grupos, y él menciona que como productor, como ganadero, es lo más difícil encontrar, sacar 2 machos muy similares y con buenas características.
The females that come in second place, we saw those yesterday. Those are really good females. They're long, they're feminine fronted, a lot of extension from the shoulders forward, just very maternal females.
Y en segundo lugar tenemos este par de hembras que ya vimos el día de ayer, 2 hembras muy maternales, muy femeninas, muy largas de cuello, pero con bastante fortaleza.
The group we have standing in third, those are really nice pigmented type females. They have a little more size, a little more frame size, but very maternal females, very feminine in the way they're made, very structurally very correct on their feet and legs from the ground up.
Y los ejemplares del tercer lugar, un grupo de 2 hembras que también son muy femeninas, muy largas, de una talla más alta, de una talla más grande, pero estructuralmente muy correctas, muy bien armadas.
Congratulations.
Felicidades para los criadores.
Okay, so as we were talking about, this was the Grupo de Familia, which was won by Marco Barba's entry. Marco Barba, that is going to be the Wellington Manso, and it is on a Criadora Lastra female. So we basically take the exact same information from the Progenie del Toro, and we put it in there and add that female information. So the Progenie del Toro, they had to have 4 offspring of the bull, but they didn't have to have the same mother. This, of course, was the Grupo de Familia. Now, in the Grupo de Familia, they could have had 2 or they could have had 4. We need to take this backdrop photo. Taking a backdrop photo before we run into this Grand Championship drive. We could take this Grand Championship drive shortly. So we're giving you a little view of the girls getting ready to take a photo. And they're setting up the animals, and the girls are working hard to make sure they get set up correctly, make sure their feet are good, make sure they're stepping correctly. In the Americans, we in the United States, we really like to take them just straight on from the rear, because that's exactly the way that the judge judges that. So that is the best way to take this. So we're just showing you a little bit of what we do here as we're waiting for the cattle to get placed correctly. And we're getting ready to crown our Grupo de Familia Ganaderia San Jose, our good friend Marco Barba, who has invited us to be in Tuxtla Gutierrez in December. I got to get those dates. Let's see if I can find those dates. Okay, let's talk about where the Brahman Journal will be going. Iran, we need to maybe do a little bit better job on making sure that we let everybody know where we're going. Because I know a lot of people like to travel with us, don't you think?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so too. So we'll work on that. So in November, we're going to be at the National Brahmin Show in the State Fair of Louisiana. State Fair of Louisiana Brahmin Show, the National Brahmin Show for the ABBA, ABBA. Danny, you were watching online. I saw you. I talked to you. You didn't answer. You had us on Facebook Live. I have Danny Acevedo standing behind there. That's okay, but I did see you watching, and I was like, called out your name. We've had Carlos Lee, Ganadera Carla Mary. We've had Luis Roberto. We've had Jose Sacaria of Hacienda La Esperanza. We have South Africans. We've had everyone from all over the world watching, and so we're glad that you guys are watching, even if you're in the building.
We're very, very happy.
Thank you. So National Brahmin Show for the ABBA, the ABBA Nacional Brahmin in Louisiana. The actual show dates are a Saturday and a Sunday. You will watch us live the 12th and the 13th. Then we fly out to Guatemala. We will be doing the National Brahmin Show on the 19th of that exactly. When will I be coming to visit you guys in South Africa? I tell you, if the South African Association will invite us and bring us there, I will be there in a heartbeat. We can do this. We're going to go, Anton, we're going to go to the big event that Brett Knobs is putting on in Australia. He's bringing the whole team over to Australia to cover that event because he understands, and we appreciate that he understands, all that we do and how many people in the world get to see your cattle when we're there. We would love to be in South Africa in September of 2023. We are ready to go. We have our passports and our bags are packed. Let's talk about who's coming in the arena. So very first coming in the arena right now, guys, for this Grand Championship Drive. This is the big kahuna. This is the really important Gray Brahmin Bull Grand Championship Drive. So our class winner in that very first class. Okay, so our first division winner is going to be the Ternero champion. That is going to be the JDH Sir Mary Manso son out of, and it's owned by the Corredor Lastra, which of course is Cesar Lastra, and that's going to be out of a JDH Carew Manso daughter. That is the bull you see walking in, and we're going to get around to follow along with the cattle. Coming in the Becerro division, this is going to be the JSM Mr. Woody, and this is sired by JDH Woodson DeManso, and this is going to be the entry of Santo Domingo, and this is going to be out of a Mr. V8 380/6 daughter. Okay, so that, nope, sorry, wrong one. I skipped a division there. That is going to be, the Woody is going to be out of a JDH Mr. Manso daughter. Then in that third division, that's going to be the Joven Menor. Joven Menor champion was also going to be a Santo Domingo entry. This is going to be the one that is out of the 380 daughter. So this is going to be sired by JDH Morgan DeManso, and then out of a Mr. V8 380/6 daughter. Then in the Joven division, we have our San Jose Apache bull. This is a JDH Wellington Manso son. And this, of course, is Ganaderia San Jose. I have a feeling it's going to be out of the Corredor Lastra female that we were just talking about, because I have a feeling that this is one of the ones that was in that Grupo de Familia. I'm flipping through my paperwork. No, actually, this one is going to be Wellington on a Woodman daughter. That Joven championship. Then we're going to have our Joven Mayor, our older Joven Mayor. This is going to be the HPP, Hermanos Pelaez Perez, and that's El Porvenir. That's HPP, Mr. Tabasco Noble. That's going to be the BRC Noble son. We really enjoy watching the cattle from Hermanos Pelaez Perez. This is going to be out of a Wellington daughter. So this is going to be Noble on Wellington. And then coming in the adult division, we're going to have the Ganaderia San Jose. This is going to be the JDH Jerry Manso son out of a Mr. V8 520/7. And we were talking about the Mr. V8 520/7. We need them. Ay. They need to all go in the corner. Okay, perfect.
Al joven mayor con la 270 y al adulto con la 278.
So some really, really beautiful cattle here. We're going to be listening to Judge talk soon, but if you want the Brahman Journal team at your event to do kind of what we're doing here, we just need a little help getting there. So we are ready to come. We are going to be in Guatemala at the National Show on the 19th. We'll be doing some ranch tours before that. And then, after that, Miss Alyssa, after that we go to the EBBA show in December. Then we go to the Guatemala show in Reu. And Iran, you're going to be in Merida, Mexico at Ixmiquil. So while Miss Alyssa and I are in Guatemala, Iran is going to be in my hometown, my second hometown of Merida. I don't know how I missed that one, but not going to be in Ixmiquil for the Brahman show. The Brahman show in Ixmiquil is the 18th and the 19th. Isn't it the 18th and 19th? It's a Saturday and Sunday, right?
No, Friday.
Friday and Saturday? I could have made it if I could have found a flight. You know that. Maybe someone has a plane and they could get me from Merida to Antigua. If not, I have feeling. Yeah, I know, but I think I'm leaving it in good hands with you.
Well, again, it's been a
let's listen to
real
the judge.
privilege for me here the last 2 days in Guadalajara, here at your national show, sorting cattle.
De nueva cuenta menciona el señor juez que ha sido un gran honor y un placer haber estado estos 2 últimos días aquí juzgando el ganado.
I've been real pleased with both the quality of the females and the bulls. I think we've got some real good individuals that can take our breeding programs a long ways into the future.
Menciona que sin duda tanto el día de ayer como el día de hoy hubo un le gustó mucho el gran desempeño y la gran calidad que hubo en las hembras y ahora el día de hoy en los machos, lo cual demuestra que hay un gran desarrollo de la raza y que están cuidando y que hay un gran futuro en ella.
I think when we get these bulls lined up from the youngest calf down to this adult bull, I think we can certainly see some similarities in the type and body style of each of these bulls.
Menciona que sin duda, desde la parte frontal, desde el becerro hasta el más adulto, todos son similares en sus formas y en virtudes.
We've got some cattle that are structurally sound. They're very masculine in their head and neck and hump placement.
Ellos son armónicos, son equilibrados, son masculinos y con muy buena colocación de jiba.
Good testicular development, acceptable sheath and navels.
Con muy buen desarrollo testicular y con una aceptable posición y tamaño de prepucio y ombligo.
And they've got some capacity and some natural muscle, and that's what we've got to have on our herd sires.
Además de ello, tienen capacidad, buen desempeño muscular y pueden ser buenos sementales.
I think it's a pretty close placing out here. I'm going to have another walk around and evaluate these bulls and name your grand champion. But again, it's very humbling to be asked back to judge here. I've got lots and lots of great friends here, and it's almost like family whenever you come to Mexico. So thank you for having me.
Y menciona de nueva cuenta que caminará para ver de nuevo a los sementales porque es una calificación realmente muy cerrada y reitera que ha sido un gran honor y que está muy emocionado de que lo hayan contemplado de nueva cuenta para invitarlo a juzgar el Nacional Brahman y que tiene grandes amigos y que siempre ha sido tratado muy bien aquí en México. Ahora seleccionará el gran campeón.
Okay, so the judge is walking through, going to make his last selection. He thanked everyone for having him here in Mexico. He really appreciates it, and he has done quite a few of these national shows. In 2021, he judged the national show in Tampico, as well as the national show in Palenque, because we had it split. One was the A zone, one was the B zone. So we're looking at quite a few really great cattle. We have Cesar Lastra, Criador Lastra in the very first hole. We have Santo Domingo, then we have Marco Barba, then we have HPP, and then we go back to Marco Barba again. So with some really great looking bulls here. I believe that Judd is very pleased with his selection and the consistency of his lineup, as he was saying. Again, Judd Colors is our judge from Heritage Cattle Company. He will be judging in Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, the female show will be March 2nd, 2023, and the bull show will be March 3rd. You okay? Okay. The bull show will be March 3rd. So again, the judge, Judd Colors, walking through, looking at the bulls, trying to make a decision, going down to the older bulls. So he's looking at the Marco Barba entry. That's going to be a Wellington. The very last bull is a JDH Jerry Manso. I'm not by my notes, guys, so I'm doing this out of my head. And then the HPP bull is a BRC Noble Son. You can kind of see that. You can kind of see a lot of, when you see those noble sons, they have a lot of muscling. They're super thick, a lot of bone. But that Wellington, the JDH Jerry Manso son is really good. I think it's the Wellington that is there in the center. That is the younger Marco Barba bull. And he goes with the JDH Jerry Manso. JDH Jerry Manso, congratulations. That's the Marco Barba bull.
Adulto con la placa 276.
And a bull is leaving.
San José 529 del 9 de marzo.
While we move in for reserve consideration, the ganaderia Rosa del Alba.
El ejemplar con la placa 278.
Perdón.
Gran campeón reservado es el reservado adulto, placa 278, Mr. Jarocho 692 del 9 de ganadería Rosa del Alba. Felicitamos ampliamente a los expositores y solicitamos que entreguen los premios correspondientes a estos grandes campeonatos al Consejo Directivo de la Asociación Mexicana de Criadores de Cebu, a su presidente, el señor Ricardo Casanova Quintanilla, a su secretario, el médico veterinario Oscar Tomás, y al tesorero, al contador Manuel Urquijo.
Okay, ya tenemos a nuestros campeones. We have our champions. We are going to run now
to our sponsors, and I think we are going to take a little break to change cameras, to eat something, or to take some photos in the backdrop area. I'm not sure about how much time are we going to be on a break, but please stay tuned with us. We are going to live stream all the Red Bull shows, so we have some fun time right now with the Red Bull show. We see a lot of cattle. Mr. Jet Colors made a great job. I'm sorry for my English. Miss Vicky is not
A los
here.
manejadores, por favor, manejadores.
Thank you for watching us. Thank you for staying with us. Remember to share, to give us a hands up or thumbs up. Give us like, love, share with your social media groups, with your friends, and make sure to see the other live streams that we're going to do soon. Please, thank you, and follow our sponsors, Alien Breeding Services, for making our trip to come here better. To Rio Ranch that we are, and remember that we are going to have an event on March 4. March 4, we are going to have a file day in the ranch, and it's going to be bovine cattle and equine cattle. So make sure to go there. Thank you to Rancho Chapopote for sponsoring us. They are from Mexico. They have great cattle. They were champions yesterday in the female gray show. They didn't bring a lot of cattle here because they belong to the Zone A, and we are right now in the Zone B. But they are great people that always support us, and we are thankful for that. Then we want to thank J.D. Hodgins. I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing that right. J.D. Hodgins, they don't need any introduction. They are some of the founders of the Brahman breed, so make sure to follow them on all their social media, and we appreciate it that they bring us here. Gracias a todos nuestros patrocinadores. Creo que voy a hacer un poquito más rápido ahorita. Puedo hablar mejor español que inglés.
A los manejadores del
Agradecemos a
Brahman Gris,
Alien Breeding Service
cerca de la
por
pista,
traernos
donde no vamos
a este evento. Agradecemos a Rio Ranch, para todos los amigos internacionales. El 4 de marzo vamos a tener un evento en su rancho, es un día de campo, donde se va a mostrar ganado bovino y equino. Hagan planes para poder asistir a este evento. Agradecemos a Rancho Chapopote por siempre ayudarnos a asistir a los mejores eventos de ganado Brahman en México. Ellos tienen excelente calidad genética, pueden venir a visitarlos, pueden contactarlos y díganles que pues lo vieron en la transmisión de la Brahman Journal. Y finalmente en esta transmisión de Brahman Gris queremos agradecer a J.D. Hodgins. No necesitan introducción. Vimos a muchos hijos de J.D. Hodgins en los campeonatos de este show de Toros Brahman. En la siguiente transmisión vamos a tener a otros patrocinadores que vamos a estar mencionando durante el transcurso de eso, durante el transcurso de la transmisión Brahman Rojo. Acuérdense de darle me gusta, darle me encanta, darle la carita de sorpresa, déjenos sus comentarios acerca de esta transmisión, compártanlos en todas sus redes sociales, en sus grupos de WhatsApp, en sus grupos de Facebook, compártanlo en todos lados para que más personas puedan ver este excelente cruzamiento de Brahman Gris Toros. Muchas gracias y nos vemos en la siguiente transmisión.